Ladies and gentlemen, please get seated.
Good morning, Presidents, Vice Presidents, delegates, and officials, and welcome to Warsaw. As we continue to embrace transparency and enhance accessibility for all members of our community who cannot join us in person today, I propose a motion to have the WDSF Annual General Meeting 2024 recorded and streamed live. This initiative will ensure that every member of our federation has the opportunity to stay informed and involved, regardless of their location. Delegates, please place your vote on this motion before we begin the AGM. Who is in favor of this motion? Please show your green cards. Who is opposed to this motion? I see none. Who abstains on this motion? I see no abstentions. I declare the vote to be unanimous. Thank you.
Good morning, Presidents, Vice Presidents, delegates, and officials. Welcome to the 2024 World DanceSport Federation Annual General Meeting. This year marks a particularly special and historic moment for DanceSport. The discipline of breaking made its Olympic debut at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, an achievement that has filled us all with immense pride. It was a grand occasion with a sold-out event that captured the attention of sports fans worldwide. We are grateful for the recognition received from the President, Vice President, and various directors at the International Olympic Committee, the Sports Director of the Organizing Committee of Brisbane 2032, as well as the Chair of the Organizing Committee of Paris 2024, all of whom were present with us at the Olympic Games and praised the success of this spectacular event. While breaking will not feature in the Los Angeles 2028 Games, as a result of a decision made before the breaking event took place in Paris, it is clear that it will be missed, and its absence is already being felt in the Olympic movement. We remain optimistic about the future inclusion in major sports platforms. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who contributed to this journey, from the WDSF Managing Committee, the Presidium, our General Secretary and staff, to the leaders of our breaking division, including Max and MG, who are here with us today, and also pre-COVID levels and even beyond, with the inclusion of new events and the complete 5 edition of the Grand Slam series hosted in Mallorca, Wuxi, Stuttgart, Belgrade, and finally the Grand Slam final in December this year in Shanghai. Looking ahead, we are committed to continuing this momentum with further plans to elevate dance sport on the global stage, increase participation, and continue the development of both existing and emerging disciplines, including but not limited to Latin standard breaking, rock and roll, and many more. In closing, I wish all of you continued success in your work with your federation. Let's continue to build on our achievement and shape a bright future for dance sport. With that, I now call the 2024 Annual General Meeting of the World Dance Sport Federation to order. Item 1. I will begin by referring to the General Meeting proceedings, which are provided for in the WDSF statutes. In accordance with Article 11.1 of the WDSF statutes, as WDSF President, this meeting shall be chaired by myself, WDSF First Vice President and Vice President for Finance, Mr. Tony Tilani, WDSF Vice President for Sports, Mr. Nenad Yestik, WDSF Vice President for Legal Affairs, Mr. Jim Fraser, and WDSF General Secretary, Mr. Sergei Nifontov, as approved by the WDSF Presidium. On behalf of the entire WDSF Presidium, I warmly welcome all delegates, our associate member, World Rock and Roll Confederation, honorary members, accredited guests, and members of the Breaking Events Management Team. We have gathered here from across the globe for the 2024 WDSF Annual General Meeting. Please stand up if you are able for the WDSF anthem. I thank each of you for making this journey and for your continued dedication to our sport. I would like to specially acknowledge and thank Mr. Anthony Chichek and Ms. Magdalena Shanowska-Kapto, President and Vice President of the Polish National Member Body, for your invaluable assistance in organizing the AGM in the beautiful country of Poland. Now I would like to warmly welcome Mr. Anthony and Ms. Magda to speak.
Mr. President, dear members of the Presidium, dear delegates and guests. I'm honored that the WDSF AGM 2024 is taking place in Poland, and we can host you here. I would like to thank the WDSF for their trust and giving in Poland, and we can host here. I would like to thank WDSF for the trust and giving the Polish DanceSport Federation this honorable role. This is the first AGM in Poland, and I hope you will enjoy coming back here. For the past 2 years, the Polish Federation has been recognized the Ministry of Sport and Tourism and National Olympic Committee. I have honor is sitting on the board of the National Olympic Committee. The organization of the WDSF AGM 2024 is another big step in the development of our federation. As Poland, we also focus on the development at athletes, coaches, judges, and all people who create the dance movement in the world. The results of those activities is not only organization of competition like European and World Champion in Poland, but also the results achieved by Polish dancers, including medals. At the end, I would like to wish you pleasant stay in Poland and in Warsaw. I hope you will find a moment to enjoy its beauty. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, and the Polish Federation for your service to WDSF. At this time in the meeting, we recognize friends and colleagues in the dance sport community who have passed away in the past year. The WDSF was saddened to hear the news that a number of individuals who dedicated their life to dance sport have passed away. There are Mr. Vidotis Pranciškus Kamatis of Lithuania, Mr. Ilish Valentin of Romania, Ms. Jagasaihan Chutamesuran of Mongolia, Mr. Simon Kojam Imani of Cameroon, and Mr. Krashimir Bosna of Croatia from the World Rock and Roll Confederation. They will be greatly missed. Our sincere condolences go to their families and friends. I now request a moment of silence in remembrance of these inspiring individuals. May God bless them all, and may they rest in peace. It's in the spirit of progression and renewal that we turn our attention to the future of dance sport. I would like to congratulate the following officials who are the newly elected presidents of WDSF national member bodies. Rika Elisha Kastamban from Israel, Trina Deli Cliff from Norway, Slavjana Ivanišević from Serbia, Daniel Collin from Sweden, and Barish Komash from Turkey. Your leadership will inspire and prosper our community forward. Congratulations on your new appointments. I think many of us may not know you personally. Can I have Rika from Israel? If you are here, please stand. Trina from Norway, are you here? Yes. Sarjana is not here with us, but we will send her our best wishes. Daniel from Sweden, not here. Barish from Turkey, he's here. Once again, we welcome you to the WJSF family. We now have the privilege of presenting a special video message from Thomas Butt, President of the International Olympic Committee. We are very honored to have President Butt addressing our delegates at this annual general meeting after the historic debut of WDSF DanceSport at the Olympic Games.
Heart of these Olympic Games, the iconic Place de la Concorde. The Olympic Games Paris 2024 were truly Olympic Games of a new era. Younger, more urban, more inclusive, more sustainable. The very first Olympic Games with full gender parity. The first Olympic Games fully in line with our Olympic agenda from start to finish. With the great success of the first ever Olympic breaking competitions, everyone at the World Dance Sport Federation played an essential part in writing this new chapter of Olympic history. For this, you can rightly be very proud, and forever. The entire world came together through the power of sport. Athletes from the territories of all 206 national Olympic committees and the IOC refugee Olympic team competed fiercely against each other. At the same time, they lived peacefully together under one roof in the Olympic Village. They created a culture of peace, sending a powerful message across the globe. This message of togetherness, of joie de vivre, this message of peace, this is what people all around the world were longing for. More than half of the entire world's population followed these Olympic Games. This is the Olympic message to all humankind. In these difficult times we are living through, with the far too many wars and conflicts, we need this Olympic message more than ever. This is why I would like to thank the World Dance Sport Federation for being such a reliable partner in spreading the Olympic spirit around the world. Under the leadership of your President Sean Tay, you have not missed a beat in bringing our Olympic Agenda 2020 reforms to life. From promoting gender equality on and off the dance floor, to strengthening the governance of your sport in significant ways, to leading by example when it comes to anti-doping or safeguarding, to trailblazing in esports and the digital world. In these and so many other areas, you're promoting sport and its values in an impressive way. This is why I would like to congratulate everyone at the World Dance Sport Federation. A big thank you to all of you for inspiring ever more people with sport and its values. At your annual general meeting, you have every opportunity to now set the course for a bright future on the road to the Youth Olympic Games Dakar 2026 and beyond. Building on your strong foundation, you can look ahead with great confidence. As you look to this bright future, let me reiterate that you can always count on the IOC as a partner by your side to promote our shared Olympic values of peace and solidarity. The B-girls and the B-boys showed us in Paris that we can only go faster, aim higher, and become stronger if we dance together. In this way, we are living our Olympic motto, faster, higher, stronger, together. In this Olympic spirit, I wish you fruitful discussions and an enjoyable and successful annual general meeting. All the best.
As mentioned by President Barth, WDSF did not miss a beat. This message is extremely encouraging, and we are grateful for the immensely important recognition and support from the IOC. Dear delegates, it is my pleasure to present to you the WDSF Breaking for Gold Paris 2024 Olympic Games commemorative book, which our staff members distributed during your registration. This book marks an important milestone as Breaking made its debut at the Olympic Games, an event of great significance for our community. Recognizing the historic nature of the occasion, the WDSF has put in much effort to create a commemorative book for each national member body. This book is a gift provided at no cost to delegates to celebrate and memorizing dance sport in the Olympic Games Paris 2024. It is our hope that the book will serve as a cherished reminder of the strides we are making together in advancing dance sport on the global stage. We trust that you will find it both informative and inspiring. Thank you for your continued support and dedication to dance sport. And now I'm delighted to share with all of you a short video highlighting some exciting moments from the breaking event at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. Scheduled for the final days of the Games, breaking concluded the Olympic Games with spectacular performances in front of a fully sold out venue of 22,000 people over 4 sessions. First, we had the B-Girls competition on day 1, followed by the B-Boys on day 2. Please enjoy these short videos that we would love to share with you. On the YouTube, but because of copyright issues, we are glad that the Olympic channel have greatly kindly gave us these 2 videos clips from the Olympic Games. Before we show the videos of the B-Boys, and as we acknowledge this milestone in our Olympic journey, it's important to also reflect on the fundamental values that the Games represent. I'd like to share a quote from Pierre de Coubertin, the founder of the modern Olympic Games. I'm pleased to invite Ms. Anastasia Grazonova, a member of our Presidium, who was present at the Olympic Games in Paris, chair of the Athletes Commission, and the current athlete of WDSF. Anastasia, would you do this honor for us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The important thing in the Olympic Games is not to win, but to take part. The important thing in life is not the triumph, but the struggle. The essential thing is not to have conquered, but to have fought well. To spread these principles is to build up the strong and more valiant and above all, more scrupulous and more generous humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. We hope you have enjoyed these videos, but if you are there at the Olympic Games, you will never forget. After this overview, which I have just delivered, I now commence the formal part of proceedings and confirm that in order for this AGM to be effective, all proxies and nominations must be lodged or filled before the meeting. According to Article 28 of the WDSF statutes, this meeting will be conducted at all times in the English language. Please make sure interventions are in English only. Delegates, as we expect the meeting to run a few hours long, this is important information for you. We shall have a coffee break at 11 a.m. for 15 minutes, a lunch break at 1 p.m. for 1 hour, a coffee break at 4 p.m. for 15 minutes, and we aim to end the meeting by 6 p.m. Of course, I wish to end it at 4. I now hand the meeting to Sergey.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The annual general meeting was convened by notice in writing to all member bodies by electronic mail dated of 14 January 2024, and in accordance with Article 10.1 of the WDSF statutes announcing statutory deadline for members' motion. The city where the AGM were to be held was announced on June 11, 2024, by writing to all national member bodies as according to Article 10.2 of the WDSF statutes. Deadlines for registrations were also announced on August 8, 2024, writing. According to Article 10.3 of the WDSF statutes, motions for the agenda must be submitted to the General Secretary in writing no later than 3 months before the general meeting and accompanied by a brief background statement by the proposer explaining the reasons for the proposed intent, effect of the motion. Final agenda was sent on August 26, 2024, in compliance with Article 10.3. I now ask the meeting, are there any questions regarding the procedures required to lawfully convene this meeting according to the WDSF statute? Hearing no objection or further questions, I thank you very much and declare this meeting duly convened.
Thank you, Sergey. Now that we have covered the essential details, let's extend a warm welcome to the honorary members joining us at this year's annual general meeting. I would like to specially welcome WDSF honorary member Mr. Heinz Becker and Mr. Jim Fraser. President of World Rock and Roll Confederation, Ms. Miriam Kapan Isaac. Director of WDSF Professional Division, Ms. Verena Sulek. President of DanceSport Europe, Mr. Robert Walter. President of DanceSport Asia, Mr. Crossan in Quarton. Now we have come to item 5, the approval of the agenda. May I now invite Mr. Jim Fraser, WDSF Vice President for Legal Affairs, to chair this section of the meeting.
Mr. President, may I ask you to announce the majorities and proceedings for the meeting prior to going?
Yes, Sergey, please announce the
Thank you very much,
numbers.
Mr. President. According to the Article 11.4 of the WDSF statutes, the General Meeting passes its resolutions by simple majority of votes of the voting delegates, including proxy holders. If there is a equality of votes, the President of the WDSF may cast a deciding vote, but otherwise the motion fails. For motions that seek to amend the statutes and Presidium urgent motions, then 2/3 majority are required to pass the resolutions. For both simple majority and 2/3 majority votes, only yes and no votes are counted. In any vote, abstentions and invalid vote are disregarded when calculating majorities. According to the Articles 4 and 9 of the WDSF statutes, full members of the WDSF has 2 votes. Provisional member bodies are not allocated any votes. Associate member body have 2 votes, and honorary life members have 1 vote each. And according to the information that I was giving from the registration desk, at this AGM we have 48 countries with corresponding 96 votes. 9 proxies were submitted with corresponding 18 votes. There is 1 associate member body represented World Rock and Roll Confederation with 2 votes. There are 2 honorary life members represented with 2 votes in total. Therefore, a total number of votes is 18. To achieve simple majority, 60 votes will be required. To achieve 2/3 majorities, 79 votes are needed. Yeah.
Thank you, Sergey. Now we have come to item 5. Mr. Jim Fraser, please.
Thank you very much, President Sean, and a good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. We come to the approval of the agenda, which was previously circulated, but we also wish to amend, subject to your approval, the agenda by adding 2 motions of urgency, according to the terms of Section 11, Sub 8 of the WDSF statutes. The first appear at parts 39.1.2.3 of the agenda, and they will be with respect to the election, the confirmation of a new member of the Ethics Committee, and the election of a new substitute member of the Ethics Committee. Allow me to explain. Very, very recently, one of the members of the Ethics Committee resigned due to ill health. This was only about 10 days ago, I think. There was no time to circulate the usual notice that we would prefer, but we brought this forward because our governing documents say that the annual general meeting must confirm or else elect a new member when the substitute member is elevated to the position of regular member by reason of the resignation, death, etc. of one of the members of the Ethics Committee. And then, of course, that leaves a vacancy for the substitute member. There's no substitute member, so we're supposed to elect one of them too. In the interest of democracy and having elections for these matters, we brought them forward today, and we ask you for a motion to vote on our motion of urgency, which was previously passed by the WDSF Presidium, to hear these three motions. That is my motion to the meeting on behalf of the Presidium. Is there any discussion? Are there any questions or concerns to be expressed? Seeing no one rising and hearing nothing, I call the vote on this question. Who is in favor of this motion for a motion of urgency? Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? I see no negative votes. Who abstains from this motion? I see no abstentions. I declare that the motion is passed unanimously. Now, there is also a second motion of urgency that only became crystallized, if we might put it that way, last night and this morning. And that is to approve a motion to change the agenda that was previously circulated to include motions of urgency at items 40.1, 40.2, and 40.3 related to the transition to the WDSF Professional Division from the WDSF PD. Now, at this point, unusually, I must ask the President to convene a meeting of the Presidium on the dais here so that we, as the Presidium, may pass this motion of urgency as a Presidium motion, because that is how we must do it under the statutes before we can present it to you. So, Mr. President, would you like to do this, or shall I? I'll do it.
He got the answer. Yeah.
You bet. You bet. Dear colleagues in the Presidium, I believe that you have had an opportunity to read what was circulated to you this morning as the motion for the motion of urgency. I'll just look to my right and to my left. Is that right? Has everyone had a chance to read this motion? Good? Good. Then I ask if there is any discussion on the motion in the Presidium. Hearing none, and hearing Sean, I call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? No, in the Presidium. Who is opposed in the Presidium? Who abstains in the Presidium? That's a unanimous motion. Now, sorry for all the formality, ladies and gentlemen, but unless we do it correctly, someone could challenge it in the future. Now I ask you to approve the motion of urgency to bring forward these items under 40.1, 40.2, and 40.3 about the PD and the transition to a professional division in the WDSF. Do I hear any discussion on that proposal, that motion? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Please raise your green cards. Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? I see none. Who abstains from this motion? One abstention? Yes, sorry, one abstention. I declare the motion to be overwhelmingly carried by more than a 2/3 majority. Now, I ask for the approval of the agenda as amended by these previous votes. Is there any discussion? I think not. So I will call the question of approval of the agenda as amended. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? And who abstains from voting on this motion? Switzerland, thank you. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jim. We now come to the matter of allocation of time on item 6. Allocation of time for each agenda item for this meeting, as we have decided many years ago. We must create a balance between the right to be able to discuss matters and the necessity to finish all the meeting's business within the limited time available to us today. As approved by the Presidium and practiced in the past AGM, movers are allocated a maximum of 5 minutes to propose their motion. Delegates are allocated a maximum of 3 minutes to comment on this proposed motion. Movers are then allocated a maximum of 3 minutes to respond. Is there any discussion on this? If not, I propose a motion to approve the allocation of time. Delegates, please vote on this motion. Who is in favor? Who is against? Who is abstaining? There's a clear majority in favor of this motion. The motion is passed. Also, on item 6, I propose that the timekeeper for today's meeting is WDSF Project Officer Diana Simaro. In order for the speaker to keep track of the time left, 30 minutes before the time is up, a bell will be rung once. 30 minutes will finish by tomorrow. So 30 seconds. 30 seconds before the time is up, the bell will be rung once. When the time is up, the bell will be rung twice. Delegates, please vote on the appointment of Ms. Simaro as a timekeeper for this AGM. Those who are in favor? Who is against this motion? Who is abstaining? The motion has been approved. Thank you, Diana, for serving in this capacity. I now propose the appointment of Mr. Sergei Nifontov, WDSF General Secretary, to be the recording secretary for the minutes of this AGM. Delegates, please place your vote on this motion to appoint Mr. Sergei Nifontov as recording secretary. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? No one. Who is abstaining? No one. The motion is passed. Mr. Nifontov, thank you for serving in this capacity for WDSF. We now move to item 9. I beg your pardon, item 8. I would like to propose to the annual general meeting the appointment of the following scrutineers to oversee the calculation of the votes. From Sweden, Judith Martinez. Judith, can you stand up, please? Thank you. Patrick Tibadi from Brazil. Thank you, Patrick. Alan Winter from Denmark. Thank you, Alan. Kiyotaka Uzaki from Japan. And Ionot Petro Olagio from Cyprus. Thank you. Delegates, please place your vote on the appointment to appoint the scrutineers for this AGM. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is against the motion? No one. Who is abstaining? No one. Thank you very much. The appointment is confirmed. Thank you to the scrutineers for serving in this capacity for the AGM. We now move to item number 9, the minutes of the 2023 WDSF General Meeting was sent to all WDSF member bodies within the statutory deadlines. We received no objections to the minutes. I propose a motion to confirm the minutes of the 2023 WDSF AGM. Delegates, please place your vote on this motion. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? No one. Who is abstaining? Switzerland. There's a clear majority of votes in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. And the minutes of the 2023 WDSF AGM is approved. Now we have arrived at item number 10, which begins the presentation of reports of the WDSF office holders and WDSF commissions. I will now begin naming the reports, and you may ask questions. Then we shall vote on approval of the relevant reports. On item 10, we have the President's report. Do you have any question? Hearing no questions, I propose a motion to approve the WDSF President's report. Delegates, please place your vote. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you very much. Who is against this motion? No one. Who is abstaining? No one. Thank you very much. There's a clear vote in favor of this motion. We now move to item 11. We have the WDSF General Secretary's report. Is there any question on this report? I propose a motion to approve the WDSF General Secretary's report. Delegates, please place your vote. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you very much. Who is against this motion? No one. Who is abstaining? The motion is passed. On item 12, we have the WDSF Vice President for Sports and Sports Commission report. Is there any question on this report? I propose a motion to approve the WDSF Vice President for Sports and Sports Commission's report. Delegates, please place your vote to approve the motion. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is against the motion? Who is abstaining? Thank you very much. The motion is passed. On item 13, we have the financial reports. May I invite WDSF First Vice President and Vice President for Finance, Mr. Tony Delaney, to chair this item on the agenda.
Thank you very much, President Tay. I refer you all to pages 51 to 80 of the booklet for this annual general meeting. And I start my brief remarks by saying that we are rebuilding back better, stronger, and together. And for that, I am sure that we all appreciate the efforts of everyone in the organisation over the last 12 months. What we need to do for these accounts is to have an overview and then to accept them in compliance with the WDSF statutes. On page 51 to 66, I have provided my detailed report. And then on page 68, there is the auditor's report. On page 69, there is the balance sheet, and then the notes are on page 70. I'm going to provide a very, very brief summary of the results of the year ending 31st of December 2023. The surplus for the year was 281,053 Swiss francs. The amount of cash that WDSF held at 31st of December 23 was 1,589,803 Swiss francs. I am also pleased to advise that the amount of cash that we currently hold, just as a guide, is in excess of 2.8 million Swiss francs. We are in a very strong financial position. We have worked through our obligations with regards to the Olympic Qualifier Series, to the Road to Paris 24, to a range of projects that we were required to complete by the International Olympic Committee, and we have become very successful and we have rebuilt better, stronger, and together after COVID-19. With regards to the current position of WDSF, I advise you that on page 69, being the balance sheet, our capital at the end of the 31st of December 23 has increased to 1.417 million Swiss francs, and we're estimating for the 2024 year, which is still in progress, to have it be able to exceed 2.5 million Swiss francs as capital for WDSF. So we are in a strong financial position for our members, for the athletes and for the sport. I ask, with regards to the income and expenditure statement on page 70 and the subsequent notes up to page 74, are there any questions or queries on the income or the expenditure? I see no one with a question. Are there any questions or queries with regards to the balance sheet, which is on page 69? I see no questions. So I place a motion to accept the 2023 audited financial statements, which includes the balance sheet and the income and expenditure account. Who is in favour of this motion to accept the audited financial statements for the 2023 year? Who is against the motion to accept the audited financial statements? I see none. Are there any abstentions? None. Carried unanimously, the balance sheet and income expenditure statement and notes. I now move on to the actual auditor's report. That's on page 68. Are there any questions on the auditor's report? If there are no questions, can I ask who is in favour of accepting the auditor's report? Thank you. Who is against accepting the auditor's report? I see none. Are there any abstentions? None? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now I ask Professor Dr. Kiyotaka Ozaki to come and comment as the financial examiner for WDSF. Yes, please.
Distinguished delegate of WDSF, ladies and gentlemen, it's great honor and pleasure to have the opportunity to submit my report to you as the WDSF Financial Examiner to 2023 WDSF Annual General Meeting. Since I became a member of WDSF Financial Commission, I have dreamed of dance sport becoming an Olympic medal sport. I would like to thank the many WDSF officials and members for making dance sports a medal sport at Olympic Games in Paris. Fortunately, dance sports 2032 is aimed at developing all disciplines and keeping dance sports in the Olympic Games. In order to achieve this objective, WDSA financial base needs to be further consolidated, and the cooperation of all WDSF member bodies will be most important. 10 years ago, in 2013, our total operating revenue increased by 1.5 times, and our operating expenses decreased by 80% in 2023. As a result, surplus has also increased 19 times. However, looking at WDSA financial base over time, athlete ID revenue has increased since 2018, and furthermore, sponsorship and marketing revenue has increased in 2023, while competition granting fee has decreased since 2012. Due to COVID-19, competition granting fee has not returned to before COVID-19 level. Since 2011, expenses has increased dramatically and are currently at constant high levels. Expenses for congresses, administration, communication, and Grand Slam prize money has contributed to the increase. I believe that one of the next two goals of Vision 2023 going forward is to breaking back to the Summer Olympic Games, and the other is to make a number of dance sports disciplines into Olympic medal events. I hope this will make WDSF financially stable and that all WDS members will benefit from the contributions of NOCs to which they belong, providing them with funding. Mr. Tony Tirani, Vice President for Finance, sent us 4 WDSF cash management and 4 PD cash management letters in 2023, explaining an overview of current status of WDSF cash flow. I would like to thank Mr. Tori Tirani for your outstanding contribution and valuable work to the WDSF, and thank WDSA President member and the member who has joined us here to make this possible. I report to you with confidence that these financial statements are complete, orderly, clear, and accurate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kiyotaka. You have been a wonderful support, guidance, and advice. He takes his role very, very seriously, and I'm sure you can see that he does not miss a thing. Can I have a vote to accept the report of the Financial Examiner? Who is in favour of this motion? Thank you. Who is against? Do we have any abstentions? I see none. The motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to item 13.4, which is the 2024 budget. The budgets can be found on pages 75 and 76. As usual, we will approve each budget 1 year at a time. With regards to the 2024 budget, you can see, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that initially we thought that the surplus, when I did the budget in April this year, might be 931,500 Swiss francs. Clearly, now with the benefit of hindsight, the surplus is going to be higher than that. I am not prepared to put a final number on it, but as I mentioned, our capital will increase from 1.417 million to at least 2.5 million Swiss francs and probably higher. So, with regards to the 2024 budget on page 75, are there any questions in regards to the income or the expenses on page 76 or 75 and 76 and or the notes? Are there any questions on the 2024 budget? If there are none, can I have a motion, or I move a motion to approve the 2024 budget? All those in favour of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? Do we have any abstentions? We have one abstention from Switzerland. Thank you very much. Overwhelming majority has passed that motion. With regards to the 2025 budget, again, I refer you to pages 74 and 75. Are there any questions on the income or the expenses that are projected for the 25 budget? We are only projecting a small surplus for the 2025 budget of 8,500 Swiss francs because our income will once again be normalised because we will not have the benefit of the significant funding for Paris 24 in the Olympic Qualifier Series. If there's no questions, can I put the motion to approve the 2025 budget? Who is in favour of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? Sorry, what? Somebody want to speak? Sorry. Oh, stand up. Thank you. No problem.
No, it's a problem. No, thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. The last year, in the past, we had some discussions here about the money was transferred in the upbringing, the breaking. That different national members said also that this money belongs to the standard Latin part. I don't support these words, but meanwhile, it's coming back, this money, what you suggested at an annual general meeting, that we will recover this money transfer. And now it is for me, or for our country, is the question, what is the balance now or in the future in 2025 between that, what the standard and Latin section paid for to support the breaking, what is now coming back, and what is the balance would be the balance in 25. Can you give us some ideas, or can you in the future report in your statements? Is that understandable what I say?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you for the question. The reality is, I'm not sure, were you here yesterday for the forum? Yeah? Okay. Okay. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. To be clear, we have recovered. The money that we invested has been fully recovered. The final figures with regards to where we stand won't be determined until after this financial year. But the reality is that we have an ongoing investment in terms of WDSF, be it standard, Latin or breaking. And we have a commitment to continue having a dance sport discipline in the Olympics. We are not behind. I never want to hear that we have used WDSF money just for the breaking. That is just not fair, because the reality is that the IOC recognised the contribution that we made to have breaking at Paris 24, and they did provide significant funding of $3.1 million to assist us to do that. So we have fully recovered the 1.2 million Swiss francs that we spent. Yes, of course.
It's not in my mind that I blame you that you spent money and that it doesn't recover. I wanted only the status now, and you confirmed that it's fully recovered. That's enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just so you know, we do report to the IOC, so the money was not given without any obligations. And the last report that we provide to the IOC will be by the 31st of January next year. So we have a running balance in terms of how much money has been spent, how it's been spent, did we meet the obligations of the IOC, did we fulfill the projects that we wanted us to perform. So I'm very comfortable, and we're very comfortable for the future of breaking and standard and Latin. Thank you. Thank you for your question. So let's, yes, any questions? No? Any other questions? Okay, there being no other questions, I'll put the vote again. Who is in favour of accepting the budget? Right, thank you. Who is against? Are there any abstentions? Okay, carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. So for 2026, we are projecting a surplus in the budget of only 18,500 Swiss francs, again on page 74 and 75. It is very difficult to do the budget for the 2026 year. So conservatively, there's no point projecting a huge surplus or a huge deficit. At the end of the day, I've tried to be fair, but we are growing and evolving as an organisation so rapidly that I would not be surprised if the revenue and or the expenses are significantly different from even maybe the 25 and the 26 year. But this is a good thing because, as I say, we're rebuilding back much stronger. So with regards to the 2026 provisional budget, are there any questions with regards to the income or the expenses that have been projected? I see no questions. There is a question? Yep, sure, no problem. Please, please, this is what the meeting's for.
There are only questions because of the rapidly development of the WDSF. It is also planned to bring more dance sports into the federation. For example, you mentioned beside breaking the hip hop and also some other dance sports. And is it planned for the future that we have, because we go in different departments of financing, breaking, standard Latin, hip hop, or what else, what is coming up? Is it planned to make a different presentation of the money of the different sections or departments in that? Is it so that I think it would be more clear for the members when they see what money comes in from this part and what is spent for this? Is it planned, or is it possible?
Look, I have had a pragmatic view, and my pragmatic view is that it's not wise to try and break it up like that. And the reason I say that is because you can come to 10 different accountants and ask them to produce such numbers in and out, and it becomes what's called a management accounting exercise. So you can have 10 different accountants, you can have 10 different answers, and guess what? Every one of them is correct. So trying to apportion overhead costs between different disciplines is not straightforward. So for example, you have an administrative structure, and just for simplicity, let's say that the administrative structure is 1 million Swiss francs. What is the best and fairest way of splitting that 1 million Swiss francs in administrative structure between standard, Latin, hip-hop, rock and roll, salsa? I mean, it's just a management accounting exercise. I think the safer thing to do is to make sure that we lose no money on any of the disciplines. The reality is that it must be positive. But trying to do a management accounting exercise when we really are a small federation, we are not a huge company, it is just not practical in my way of thinking. Maybe some other treasurer in the future may have a different point of view. But my point of view is the wise point of view and the logical point of view that it's not smart to split the income and expenses. It is smarter to treat it as one family.
Yeah, I accept your opinion, but I asked only if there are plans, and you answered no. Thank you.
No. Well, there are no plans to split the expenses, but yesterday you would have heard about the fact that we do have diverse disciplines that we're bringing in, and that was the Vision 2012. So we've had that since 2012, that we're bringing in new disciplines. That has not changed. It's still exactly the same as what we agreed to in 2012. Is that okay? No, happy to talk to you after. Very happy to talk to you after, and we can have a better discussion. I can buy you a beer if you drink beer. How's that? Scotch is okay too, okay? All right, so who is in favour of accepting the 2026 provisional budget? All those in favour, please. Thank you. Who is against this motion? I see no one. Are there any abstentions? I believe it's unanimously approved. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and I now hand back the chair to President Tay. Thank you. Oh, sorry, apologies. I should have turned the page. There's one left. We need to appoint the auditor, and that's Baker and Norton, Fiduciary SA. Can I have a motion to approve the appointment of Baker and Norton, Fiduciary SA? I move that motion. All those in favour? Thank you. Okay, is there anyone against the motion of appointing Baker and Norton, Fiduciary SA? There's no opposition. Are there any abstentions to the appointment? I see none. Thank you very much. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now I hand back to President Tay.
Thank you, Tony. On item 19, beg your pardon, on item 14, we have the WDSF Vice President for Legal Affairs report and report of the WDSF Legal Commission. Is there any question on this report? On item 14. Hearing no question, I propose the motion to approve the WDSF Vice President for Legal Affairs report and report of the WDSF Legal Commission. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? You want to, oh, okay, you're against. There is one. Yeah, 2 votes from Switzerland. Jim, don't feel bad. Any abstention? Jim, abstention. So the motion is passed. There's clear majority. In the interest of time and efficiency, I propose that the remaining reports of the WDSF office holders and WDSF commissions under item 15 to 35 will be approved en bloc, except for item 18 concerning the disciplinary council report. So all other reports except 18 will be voted and approved en bloc. You will be able to ask questions and for each report as I present to you, but the voting will be conducted at the end of all the reports presentation. So I propose a motion to you to vote on the items 10 to 35 en bloc. Who is in favor of this? Thank you very much. Who is against this motion? None. Oh, okay. USA is against. Who is abstaining? Thank you very much. I think we have a clear majority. On item 15, 1.5, we have the Vice President for Development Report and Development and Sustainability Commission reports. Is there any question on this report? No question. On item 16, we have the Vice President for Communications report. Is there any question on this report? There's none. On item 17, we have the Vice President for Marketing report. Is there any question? None. On item 19, we have the report of the WDSF Membership Commission. Is there any question on this? None. Item 19.1, and now we have the Membership Commission's report on the statutes of enforcement of the motion adopted by the 2023 AGM concerning the membership of national member bodies in other international organizations. At the 2023 AGM, the Presidium informed the members that in the interest of receiving responses from the members, they would not enforce the changes made in Article 5 until the 2024 AGM. That is today. So, at the end of today, the Presidium will conclude the process of receiving the first responses. After this, the Presidium will need to review and evaluate all the responses and possibly seek further clarifications. It will require some time for the Presidium to carefully review all these responses. On item 20, we have the World Rock and Roll Confederation's report. Is there any question? Thank you very much. There's no question. On item 21, we have the WDSF Adjudicators Commission's report. Is there any question? Thank you. There's no question. On item 22, we have the WDSF Ethics Committee report. Is there any question? There's no question. Thank you. On item 23, we have the report of the WDSF Athletes Commission. Is there any question? There's no question. Thank you. On item 24, we have the WDSF Anti-Doping Commission report. Is there any question? Thank you very much. There's no question. On item 25, we have the WDSF Professional Division report. Is there any question? Thank you. There's no question. On item 26, we have the WDSF DanceSport Academy report. Is there any question? Thank you. There's no question. On item 27, we have the WDSF Medical Commission report. Is there any question? Thank you very much. There's no question. On item 28, we have the WDSF Sports for All and Social Responsibility Commission report. Is there any question? There's no question. Thank you. On item 29, we have the WDSF Equality, Diversity and Inclusion report. Is there any question? There's no question. Thank you. On item 30, we have the WDSF Entourage Commission report. Do you have any question? No question. Thank you. On item 31, we have the WDSF DanceSport Discipline Development Commission report. Is there any question? There's no question. I think I can get a gold medal for the Olympic. On item 32, we have the report of the WDSF Historical Commission. Is there any report, any question? No question, thank you. On item 33, we have the DanceSport Europe report. Is there any question? Thank you very much. On item 34, we have the DanceSport Asia report. Is there any question? There's no question. Thank you. On item 35, we have the WDSF Nomination Commission report. Any question? There's no question. Those are the reports that you have received as part of the AGM e-booklet sent to you previously. If there are no further questions, I propose the motion to vote for approval of the reports en bloc from item 15 to 35, with exception of item 18, the Disciplinary Council report. Delegates, please place your vote. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you very much. Who is against this motion? Who is abstaining? Thank you. The motion is passed. Now we return to item 18, the WDSF Disciplinary Council report. I understand there is a motion with respect to item 18. Mr. Jim Fraser, can you please chair this section?
Thank you, President Sean. Ladies and gentlemen, when I read this report, I contacted the president of the Disciplinary Council, the Honorable Mr. Justice Shelton, and asked him about his remarks in it because I could not understand them. And he and I discussed it, and he then said to me that I was completely correct. And so we decided that what we would do is I would make a motion to this meeting to amend the report by deleting the following paragraph when he's referring to his first task about appointing a chamber in charge. At paragraph 4, he says, "In attempting to do so, I found that 3 members elected at the 2023 AGM were not able to stand for election by reason of their standing within their own NMB. The IDRC requiring that no member of the DC could hold any office within their own NMB. There are therefore currently 3 vacancies. This is just not so. My reading of all our governing documents shows that that's not the case, that that's an error, and he agrees. So I move an amendment to his report to delete the 4th paragraph. Mr. Shelton, do you accept my amendment or reject it?
Thank you, Jim. Yes, I do accept the amendment. My sincere apologies for the error on my part. And I also say, in passing, I'm not Mr. Justice Shelton, I'm the Honourable Judge Shelton, which is a huge difference where I come from. But thank you for the promotion.
Thank you. I may be going to jail in England, I don't know. Then, ladies and gentlemen, since Mr. Shelton accepts that motion, the motion to to approve this report is to approve it as amended, and that is my motion. So, I call the question, if there's no further discussion. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? Are there any abstentions to voting on this motion? I declare the vote to be unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Now we move to item 36 of the agenda, the approval of the Presidium's work during the past year. The motion will be moved by Ms. Selma Benani, President of the Morocco National DanceSport Federation. Ms. Selma, please take the floor.
Dear President Chante, distinguished Presidium members, and esteemed colleagues from all around the world, Assalamu alaikum. It is a profound honor to stand before you today to express my gratitude and appreciation for the exceptional dedication of our World Dance Sport Federation Presidium members. I am particularly moved to acknowledge their tireless work over the last months, from June 11 to October 27, 2024, as their efforts have set a new standard for dance sport and have propelled our community to unprecedented heights. This year, as we gathered at the 2024 World Dance Sport Federation Annual General Meeting, I wish to highlight some of the most remarkable achievements that speak to the Presidium's unwavering commitments to dance sports growth and future. Let me begin by reflecting on their extensive preparations for the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. Their dedication ensured dance sports debut would be impactful and memorable, bringing our sport to the global stage with outstanding professionalism and vigor. This alone is not a small accomplishment. It required an exhaustive approach to strategy, logistics, and vision. Alongside this monumental effort, the Presidium launched initiatives that broadened the horizons of dance sport by establishing new disciplines, solo, synchro, and choreographic styles. This has allowed a wider range of dancers to participate and flourish, opening doors to athletes who may not have otherwise had the opportunity to compete. These changes echo the values of inclusivity and resilience that dance sport champions, giving even solo dancers a chance to shine on world and continental stages. Their work didn't stop at expanding dance sport disciplines. They also implemented significant updates in competition regulations. As an example, through a successful postal ballot, they approved motions on streamline and modernize our rules. The elimination of the redance requirement, as well as adjustments to Rule D.3.1, reflect a forward-thinking approach that prioritizes fairness and flexibility for all competitors. The Presidium's leadership has also been evident in the development of an innovative judging system for standard and Latin styles, as well as for breaking, ensuring that every performance is evaluated with the utmost integrity. The Rising Stars category, newly modernized, have reinvigorated competitive spirit, providing emerging dancers with invaluable opportunities to advance in their careers. To the Vice President for Sport, Mr. Nenad Jeftik, I extend my personal gratitude. His tireless dedication and his inspirational guidance during competitions have fostered a spirit of fairness and unity among educators. And to our General Secretary, Mr. Sergei Nifontov, who consistently addresses every challenge with admirable speed and dedication, I give my deepest respect. In closing, I commend the Presidium's work with a near-perfect evaluation, aware that even in excellence, there is always room to growth. I am confident that under their leadership, dance sport will continue to inspire passion worldwide, inviting dancers and audiences alike to embrace the transformative power of dance. Thank you.
Thank you, Selma, for your kind words. We'll continue to work hard for the Federation. Delegates, please place your vote to approve the Presidium's work. Those who is in favor of the motion? Thank you very much. Who is against the motion? Who is abstaining? There's none. Thank you very much. Clearly, the motion is passed. Now we have come to item 37, Presidium motions. I would like to hand over to WDSF Vice President for Legal Affairs, Mr. Jim Fraser, to chair the meeting under item 37.1 to 37.10 concerning the WDSF statutes. From item 37.11 to item 37.20, we will then have WDSF Vice President for Sport, Mr. Nenad Jeftik, to chair this section of the meeting concerning competition rules. Then Mr. Jim Fraser will continue chairing the meeting from item 37.21 to item 37.22, which concerns the Internal Dispute Resolution Code. Following this, we will have WDSF First Vice President and Vice President for Finance, Mr. Tony Delaney, to chair the meeting from item 37.23 to item 37.28, which concerns WDSF financial regulations. Jim, please begin.
Thank you very much, President Sean. I will be guided by the responses that I received from this meeting. You have received advance notice of these motions and of the reasons for them a long time ago, and you have had an opportunity to read them. If you want me to spend some time talking about them, please raise your hand or speak up, and I would be glad to slow the meeting down and talk to you about them. But I will assume that you've read them and that you are ready to vote. First of all, Presidium Motion 1. should be on the screen. Does anyone have any questions or concerns about this motion? Hearing none, I call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? And who abstains from voting on this motion? I declare the motion carried unanimously. Presidium motion 2 on the screen. Is there any question or are there any concerns about this motion? Hearing none, I call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? Who abstains from voting on this motion? I declare the motion to be carried unanimously. Motion 3. Are there any questions or concerns with respect to this motion? Hearing none, I call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? And who abstains from voting on this motion? I declare the motion to be carried unanimously. The next motion. Are there any questions or concerns about this motion? Mr. Ken Richards from the United States. Yes. If you have concerns, please advance to the microphone ahead of time or take it from Elenia Murtica.
Hello, fellow delegates. Thank you. I see this motion only concerns me for one part, and it's the part that's not explained in the reason. And I have to urge you to vote no for this motion or ask the Presidium to amend it. There's a line in the motion that says, subject to discretion of the Presidium, which is a major expansion of the powers of the Presidium to determine whether or not your country can appoint you as a delegate to this meeting. I'm all in favor of expanding it from 2 days to 10 days, which is the intent of this motion. But this additional line in English is very important. There's already a very complex statute that talks about what comprises a delegate. But in your country, your members vote for you to represent them in this meeting. And whether you have opposing points of view to the Presidium or not, or whether they like you or not, should not come into play. You should be allowed to be here as a delegate. Further, you cannot stand for an election in this organization unless you are in this meeting. And if someone should find that you have an opposing position in an election and they don't want you to be in the room as a delegate, this sentence, subject to the Presidium's discretion, which they can impose how they wish, will keep you out of this meeting. This is a no vote for me and hopefully for you, unless the Presidium is willing to strike that line from the motion. Thank you.
Are there any further questions or concerns before I respond to Ken's comments? Yes, from Portugal.
Good morning. Just to clarify, because English is not my native language, so for what I understand from this text, subject to the discretion of the Presidium, it refers to the time, the previous time, not to who can be nominated. That's how I see it, how I read it. So this does not mean that it's subject to the discretion of the Presidium who can be delegate in the General Assembly, but the time before it can be appointed. Just to clarify.
Thank you. I'll answer at this point, and other members sitting up on the dais may want to comment as well. The reasons that are given are about time and about administration. The 2-day deadline is insufficient given the established practice of organizing the AGM. In the days leading up to the AGM, a number of meetings, such as MC meetings, Presidium meetings, and the WDSF Forum, are typically held, all of which require extensive preparation and attendance. and that's preparation particularly by the staff and by the administration of the annual general meeting. A more practical deadline of 10 days would enable the provision of better service to WDSF members, as this period still falls before travel to the AGM location commences. In the unfortunate case of illness or accident of any delegate, the WDSF would still have a discretion in accepting an outstanding request. So what it says is, subject to the discretion of the Presidium, delegates may be admitted if they announced to the General Secretary at least 10 days before the general meeting. But that's subject to the discretion of the Presidium. I can't recall any instance where delegates were refused admission because they were late. But what we did have, and Ken will remember this from years past, before the days of more extensive use of computers, we had lines of people trying to register for the first time as delegates. And it's just an impossibility for the administration, the General Secretary and the staff to handle all this all of a sudden. There's a lot of work that needs to be done prior to the AGM. That said, it is the policy of this Presidium, and always will be, I think, that when in doubt, we would strive very hard to admit members who are announced late. In this instance, this year, I believe we had one where somebody was ill. The General Secretary can elaborate more on this, and I would ask him to add his comments to what I have just said.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Indeed, this motion intends to enlarge the prior time so we can serve better to you as a delegates, but also, as it was case for this AGM, somebody could become ill, and we still want to provide a conduct or a tool for Presidium to accept a change of the delegate. For example, if the blue part, subject to the discretion of the Presidium, is not in this motion, then it would mean that those motion or those amendments presented after this 10 days deadline would not be accepted at all, even if it was submitted prior and some change in the delegate, or somebody could not come or become ill, or any other extraordinary circumstances. So this is actually to, again, to provide a tool for Presidium to address the extraordinary circumstances of our delegates and our national member bodies.
And for those countries who have hosted WDSF General Meeting before, you know that with the practice of WDSF, the host country usually welcome all delegates with a very nice dinner like what we had last night. And then WDSF usually organize another dinner the next day. So these are all very difficult if we don't have a clear number ahead of time. It is impossible. And if we unblock or book extra, and that will be at the expense of your money, WDSF money, for the extra dinner which may not be required. So all this require time. The present system just is not efficient. This is why we call for 10 days before to know the numbers. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Polivka from Ukraine.
Hello, everybody. Can we clarify? So this is not the issue of how many days delegates or national members will have. So if we can clarify that the delegates are admitted if they do everything like in normal 10 or 15 or 1 month, it's okay. But then if they are late, it can be subject of the discretion of the Presidium. It would be, for my opinion, better to clarify that if we do as national members everything okay in good terms, it can be 10 days, 15, doesn't matter, 1 month. But there is, I also understand that sometimes it's like, as you say, there is some moments when you cannot send nomination or some information in time, it means that from this moment it can be or could be subject of this discretion.
Yes. That's right. That's what it says.
Can you can you please this propose change to this, because now I also like, for me it looks like if I even do like in term, okay, 11 days before the general meeting, it's still subject of the discretion. If I do this 1 month before, it's also subject to the discretion.
No. Oh, sorry. No. Let's read it again. And it's on your screen. It says each member is entitled to send 2 delegates to the general meeting. Subject to the discretion of the Presidium, the delegates may only be admitted to the general meeting if they are announced to the General Secretary at latest 10 days before the general meeting. So if you are announced 11 days before, there's no question. The procedure has to be followed. You have to be admitted. Your delegate has to be admitted. But if you're late, if you're not within that 10-day period, then and only then is it subject to the discretion of the Presidium. And I emphasize again, I've been a member of the Presidium with one brief break for 20 months since 1998, and I cannot recall any delegate being refused admission. I can't recall it. It's just a question of practicality, and many nonprofit organizations, and I believe corporations too, have this rule as part of their annual general meeting procedure, because it's a lot of work to produce an annual general meeting and all the things that we do for the members, with the members, before the general meeting. And to try to compress all of the registrations until the last minute is too much. It's not reasonable. I understand what you're saying, but as I said, we ask for some consideration in this regard, because we try to do so much, we try so hard to do our best, and we need time to do the organization. So that is the Presidium's request. Do you have a further question?
So generally I'm not, I'm not against 10 or 15 days. I'm only want that it will be written another way, that the delegates are admitted if they do everything in time, if they do.
Well,
if they send their delegates after or closer than 10 days before, it can be subject of the discretion.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser.
Yeah, Mr. Yeftich.
Yes. So, well, very often I have a problem to understand Mr. Fraser because he's a lawyer.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Yes, but so I'm also, the English is not my mother language, but I would like to help in clarification. If we read this, each member is entitled to send 2 delegates to the general meeting. Full stop. It's a full stop. The next sentence is not related to that. Next sentence started and you follow the meaning of that. Subject to the discretion of the Presidium, and then a big T, a capital letter T, is deleted. Can I see the screen again? Yeah, thank you very much.
Here.
Yeah, but the delegates don't see, so I would kindly wait.
It's true.
So this meaning this is the beginning of the sentence, and there is explanation what that means. So subject to the discretion of the Presidium, the delegates may only be admitted to the general meeting if they are announced to the General Secretary at latest X day. So this subject to the discretion is not related to the previous sentence. There are explanation of that. So I'm sorry to the delegate of USA, my English is not so well, but I just clearly see the full stop and following the meaning of the whole sentence, and I think that Presidium stays with this motion. Yes, thank you, Mr. Yevtich. I would, oh, sorry, Mr. Polivka again?
But in this case, as you say, for me, if it would be written it at like not latest 10 days, but if it's less than 10 days, that is subject of the discretion, as you say.
Yeah. It means, I assure you, it means the same thing in English. And I re-emphasize what Mr. Yevtich said. It says each member is entitled to send 2 delegates to the general meeting, period. Then it says you have to give us a little bit of time if you want to send these delegates and have them accredited. That's all. That's all. Yeah. Are there any further questions? Mr. Staldi from Switzerland.
Yes, hello. I have maybe a suggestion which addresses both concerns. I can fully understand that the 10 days period is something you would help for administrative reason. And I can also understand the concerns of from the delegate from America. What about a compromise which would read, the delegates are only made to the general meeting if they are announced to the general secretary at least at the latest 10 days prior to the general meeting. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, the names of delegates may be changed up to 2 days before the general meeting. That gives the organizers the full number of delegates, but only in certain situations of unforeseen circumstances, the names may be changed. Somebody has an accident or illness or some other such reasons.
Say that last sentence again, please.
In the event of unforeseen circumstances, the names of delegates may be changed up to 2 days before the general meeting.
Well,
so the number of delegates is known to the organizers 10 days before the general meeting, but in certain cases, the names may be changed. And that should not happen very often. And that also shouldn't bring up...
Well, the present text basically says the same thing in a slightly different way. And what we're saying is that there's discretion in the Presidium to admit people all the time. But what we would like to do is add to the discretion of the Presidium by giving a warning to members that they should give at least 10 days' notice. Right now, the statute says the delegates are only admitted to the general meeting if they are announced to the general secretary at latest 2 days before the general meeting. So there's still a time period in which you could say you were in jeopardy, but you're not. It's just, please, please give us more advance notice. This is a request for consideration for the general secretary and the staff. Mr. Richards?
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. I believe that we're all in favor of the intent of this motion, and now I can accept your explanation, but even though we have a number of countries where English is our first language, we don't always agree on how it's applied. Sometimes we don't understand each other.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Exactly. And when we make rules like this, we make them not for the next AGM, we make them for the future. And whoever's sitting up there will have to interpret this rule then, when potentially the writer is not here. And I think that if we convolute this, and if we have people in the room that say, this should be written possibly another way, I would think you might welcome that. You continue to defend, there's a period, there's a comma, there's a small t. It's simple enough. Let's take it so that it changes. You can have 2 delegates as long as it's done 10 days before. And then the subject that you wish to modify of that is that you want to give the Presidium the discretion to be a little loose on that, actually, by Mr. Niventoff's explanation. Someone has a last-minute situation or they need to put someone in, you might be able to allow someone to come in inside of the 10 days. That's very warm and friendly. But let's make this worded so that it is, so that we understand. Our requirement is we can send 2 delegates, and we have to do it 10 days before. And if we don't do that, it's subject to the Presidium to make a decision if the delegate can be accepted. And for me, that train of thought would be good English.
That's what it says.
To you.
No, seriously, that is what it says. And I advise the meeting that is what it means. I think we're saying the same thing, Ken.
I think we're just saying it in different ways, but that's what it says. Every attempt has been made to preserve the meaning that you have just explained to the meeting. Are there any further questions or comments? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? 2 and 2, 4 from Switzerland and the United States. Who abstains on voting from this motion? 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 abstentions. The motion is clearly carried by a 2/3 majority. I've been informed by the President that it is now time for the break, so I will ask that we return in 15 minutes.
We have given you notice at least 10 days before that there will be a break at 11, now 05. 11:05, please come back at 11:20, 15 minutes.
But it's subject of the Presidium approval.
Subject to the Presidium's discretion.
Those members who are still standing outside the door, please get seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to return to one item, a previous item. We have also a newly elected president of the Austrian DanceSport Federation, Wolfgang Elisch. Is there any more? Just elected 5 minutes ago, please let me know. You see, after COVID, it's a fashion to change president. we have another new president from Netherlands, Mr. Eric Victory. Please let me know if I unintentionally miss out any of you. There's one more. From Czech Republic, Rostiš.
If I may, Rostislav Fulgas from Czech Republic.
My apology, because we say the meeting shall be run in English, but these themes are very challenging for me.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I now hand the meeting over to Jim Fraser, our Vice President for Legal.
Thank you very much, Sean. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a pleasant time with coffee. We now move to Presidium Motion 6, and this is essentially the same motion as the last one we discussed, except it's with respect to the submission of proxies. Again, subject to the discretion of the Presidium. Proxies are not valid, etc., at least 10 days before the scheduled time of the meeting. I just wanted to emphasize that really it's the same issue we've just been discussing. Are there any questions or concerns? Yes. That's what I was wondering. Can we see the motion, please? Can you roll back? The motion itself. Okay, it's 5, yeah. Okay, no, there was a little bit of confusion about that. I'm sorry. I was reading what I saw. Anyways, that is the motion. Are there any questions or concerns? Switzerland, Mr. Vogt.
Nearly the same, but a little bit different. Because we admitted 37.4, we think that it's not necessary to make this amendment of the 10 days. The principle that the delegate have to be announced 10 days before the general meeting will be set out in the amendment from 37.4. That is clear. And the proxy, however, is needed especially in the event of unforeseen circumstances, and the member should not be unnecessarily restricted by giving a proxy. As proxies can only be given to authorized delegates, all possible proxy holders have already been announced to the General Secretary 10 days before the general meeting, and no new and unknown person will appear by giving a proxy. So it is, for us, it is not necessary to amend or to change this article. Is that?
Thank you.
Is it? Do you understand what I mean? Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any further questions or concerns? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? 2 votes from Switzerland, that's all and 2 from the United States. And who is abstaining from voting on this motion? 2 from Ukraine, and that's all. I declare the motion carried by more than a 2/3 majority. Next motion. To revise Article 10.3 of the WDSF statutes to specify permitted entities to submit motions. This is just for clarity to assist people who are not familiar with our AGMs, because it just makes it easier to understand. Are there any questions or concerns? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? I see none. Who abstains from this motion? 2 abstentions, Switzerland, and that's all. The motion is carried overwhelmingly, more than a 2/3 majority. Next motion. This motion you've had for some time. I think it's clear. Are there any questions or concerns? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? I see none. Who abstains from voting on this motion? No abstentions. It's unanimous. Thank you. Next motion. Presidium's motion 8, we think this is an awfully good motion because we conducted one postal ballot this year and it became an enormous amount of work because I think of the changes in postal services since this text was adopted back in about the 1950s or 60s. In any event, you have the explanations in the text. Are there any questions or concerns? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Sorry. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Okay. We think that this generally we agree, of course, that we change from postal ballot to. I can imagine that it is a tremendous amount of work only to send out all the material. But we slightly amend this motion, and because in the current Article 12, the change of statutes by postal ballot is explicitly excluded, and now you would allow to amend statutes within this electronic ballots. That is the first question. As the statutes is the most important document, the WDSF Constitution, we should continue to exclude the possibility to change the statutes by electronic ballots. We also do not see why the current voting period should be shortened from 2 to 1 month, because if there would be important changes of regulations, then it lasts in the national member bodies. It lasts, but sometimes more than only 4 weeks to make a decision. Furthermore, the quorum should be raised to at least the average attendance of members at the AGMs, and not only 50%, because it is remarkable that if you have only 50% e-voting, then you could, with this new article, you could change your statutes with only 26% of the member bodies. And I think you shouldn't allow that. That is what we strictly reject. And if we would raise the quorum to the average attendance of members at the AGMs of the last, for instance, for the last 5 years, then a quorum of 80% should be within the realms of possibility to put into the statute. As a general remark, we believe that electronic voting should be limited to matters that do not require extensive discussions or require a simple majority. That is what we suggest. And this is the reason why we will reject this motion. Is it clear?
Thank you. Are there any further questions or concerns? Yes, from Ukraine.
So one more time, I am not against, but this proposed mentioned, but I want to ask about the transition and electronic voting format may provide the Presidium with greater control over the process, while this may appear to be a step towards improving efficiency. Yes, and there is an assumption regarding potential risk related to equal access to and the transparency of the platform chosen for voting. I want to clarify that this is merely an assumption, not an assertion or accusation. Therefore, I kindly request the Presidium to provide answers for the following questions. How can AGM or WCF delegates be assured that the electronic voting process will not be controlled by organizers, and that the platform selected for voting will remain independent, impartial, and free from organizers' influence? What measures will be taken to ensure that confidentiality of the voting process, and who is responsible for verifying and controlling the secrets of the process? And what safeguards will be in place to guarantee equal access to voting for all members, particularly for those who may experience technical difficulties or lack experience with electronic system, etc. Because we had some situation when as I remember, during previous AGM, it was online during COVID, and there was some situation when we like have repetition, etc., but still some, even our delegates of PD had the problem with this voting process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polivka. I would be asking Mr. Nifantov to comment on that, but I will say at the outset that apparently one of the features of the postal vote that was taken, it's the only one that I know of, and I've been working on this now for 30 years with WDSF. It's the only time a postal ballot was ever taken. One of the features of it was that people were emailing and phoning and saying, I haven't got my ballot, or I have now sent you my ballot. So, you know, the paper ballot was superseded in many ways by the telephone and by email. People much preferred to use email. But now I will ask Mr. Nifantov to comment.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Thank you for your question. Better now? The experience of the postal ballot is that some of the members couldn't even vote because they did not receive the postal ballot from our side because it's stuck somewhere. And even though that our staff members spent countless hours to find out where the package is, in some cases it was not possible. That's that I believe the case of South Africa. Another example, Ecuador, that they even go to airport to pick up the envelope, and it was not possible. They couldn't exercise their right of vote. Therefore, we believe that electronic process not only will give a meaning to a vote, that everybody will be able to access to the vote, but also we will go in hand with development of the technology nowadays. And it was quite strange personally manage postal ballot, having platforms, solid platforms, trustworthy platforms with enough security. And that's in answering the question to Mr. Polivka, that we are the first ones who are interested in the fairness of the platform, because under no circumstances we would allow ourselves to do such thing or to even consider that. More than that, we would ensure that security is there, and we would check the company who would provide us this platform, what assurance they can give to us that every vote is counted as it should be, and there is no breach of any possible ethical or moral standards.
Thank you, Mr. Nifantov. Are there any further questions or concerns? Yes, from Portugal.
Just to understand, even if this electronic ballot goes through, still we cannot vote or electronically a motion to amend the statutes. The statutes are still excluded from this possibility or not? Or is it aimed to be included in this possibility? Because in the postal ballot, it may not do so regarding any motion to amend the statutes. Will this sentence be still valid with the electronic ballot?
The motion proposes an expansion
Okay,
of
to include
of the, power,
the statutes.
To include motions to amend the statutes.
Okay, so we disagree that such an important thing can be voted by electronic ballot. Thank you.
Are there any further questions or concerns? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? Portugal, Ukraine, Denmark. I see 6, and Switzerland 8. Is that all? Is that right? Oh, and Netherlands 10. Thank you. 10. And who abstains from voting on this motion? Yes, Finland. Thank you. I declare that the motion is carried by more than a 2/3 majority. Thank you very much. The next motion, to revise Article 15 of the statutes with the objective of updating the provisions governing the work of the Presidium to align with advancements in societal technological developments. Are there any questions or concerns about this motion? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? I see no red cards. Who abstains from voting on this? Switzerland 2. I think that's all. The motion is carried overwhelmingly with more than a 2/3 majority. Motion 10, to revise Articles 21(3) and 4 of the statutes with the objective to update the procedure from postal to electronic ballots. This is simply consequent on the earlier resolution that you passed. Are there any questions or concerns? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? I see no red cards. Who abstains from voting on this motion? Sorry, from Netherlands again. Sorry, thank you. I declare the motion to be carried overwhelmingly with more than a 2/3 majority. Thank you. That concludes this part of my chairing of the meeting. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Mr. Tay.
I think that it's my part. Thank you very much, Jim. So now we continue with the amendment of the competition rules, and we have the proposed motion under 37.11. This is the amend the competition rules B1. It is related to the clarification of the competition types, and so you can see the motion. There was a freestyle competitions, which is actually not existing in our competition system, and that we wanted to clarify this, and we just defined this and put this. There is a couple competitions as well, so what was not previously defined. So this is our motion. So are there any questions? I don't see any questions. So who is in favor for proposed motion? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? So motion passed. The next motion is motion 37.12, and it's related to the all financial things what was in many different points in the competition rules. So all what is related to the financial, and it was in the competition rules, the motion is actually that we move that in financial regulations. It was extremely difficult to follow and to find out all the details what was related to the financial obligations when we organize competition and many other things. So the proposal is that all these things are moved from the competition rules and be regulated by financial regulations. So are there any questions, discussion? Okay, so calling for a vote. Who is in favor? Thank you. Against? Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Unanimously, motion passed. We continue with the motion 3713. And here this is proposed to change the rules C.6.2. And you have on the screen proposed amendments. The point is that we did not have clarification about who can wear WDSF scarf or ties, and we had situations that the people who are not officials, not even judging, and they were just using this WDSF tie, they have a license, but they're not officiating on that competition, and they even officiate in some competitions which are related to the other sports system, other DanceSport federations, and they were wearing the WDSF tie or scarf. And because of these things, we clarify this here, and I would ask if there are any questions regarding this motion. Yes? United States? You get the mic.
So a quick question. If a competition is holding both WDSF and their member organization events, so a WDSF adjudicator or official would not have to take on the tie, take off the tie if they're judging both events?
Yes. They will not have to.
They would not have to.
But if they judge WDSF, national and WDO, they will have to take off the tie.
No problem. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so if there are no any further questions, I will call for a vote. Who is in favor? Thank you. Are there any against? No one. Abstentions? Thank you very much. Motion passed. Unanimous. Next motion is motion 37.14 to revise the rule D4.5 of the competition rules, and this is related to the competition number card. So we had a recently competition, for example, in China, in Wuxi, and there was extremely big number of the athletes, and there was now we have the solo competitions, and we had a situation that in one group there was the couple 1,255, and then there was another couple 300 or 200 120. So for judges was extremely difficult. It is okay if it's 1,100 and 1,110, 115 or something, so that is like in the group. But sometimes it's so difficult, and for the judges was really, really tough to judge. Really difficult, and many of you have this experience, and that's why we just have this motion that we clarify that should be minimum 2 Arabic numerals and not exceed 3. So there could be 999, but that's our proposal to regulate this part, but because when we face that, we understand that we do not have clear regulations about this topic. So are there any questions? Yes?
Hello, Ivo Münster from Germany. Are you aware that sometimes in competitions, the numbers start with an O, like 01, 02, 03, so this is also 2 digits. Is this okay, or is it more related that you start from 10, 11, 12, and so on? Just to clarify this, yeah?
I think that this is acceptable. Yeah. Okay, so are there any other discussion? Nacional? Okay, for calling for a vote. Okay, so who is in favor? Thank you. Are there anybody against? Abstentions? 1 abstentions. Hong Kong, thank you very much. Motion passed. We continue with the motion is acceptable. Yes. Only if you're James Bond it's acceptable.
Except for Sean, who has a license to kill.
So we continue with item 37.15 to revise the rule E4.2.5 in the competition rules. And just 1 second to see the motion. So this is a clarification because before was not clear if it's youth or under 21. It was treated together. So we have just to delete this youth and this U, just really write under 21. So just a clarification of the category, because youth and under 21 is not the same category. Before was written, probably was a type mistake, but we identified that and we bring this to you now. So are there any discussions? Calling for a vote. Who is in favor? Anybody against? Abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. We continue to the next item, 37.16, to revise the rule F.2.5. We have on the screen. So this is actually another clarification in line with this technical development, and we find out that where for some competitions the athletes or the teams need to provide the music, their own music, and before was like tapes or other audio systems shall be used. We find out that today this is not anymore accurate, and that's why we proposed motion as you already see. So are there any questions or discussion? There is nobody. Okay, so I'm calling for a vote. Who is in favor for proposed motion? Anybody against? Abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Next motion is motion 37.17 to revise the rule I rule I1P and Q in the WDSF rules and amend. Can we see on the screen? So in our competition rules, long time ago was included many other disciplines. And we just now, in the meantime, we started this solo and synchro and choreographic. And for a while we were operated by the operating policies. And now we just want to put this actually in the competition rules, because according to the rules, certain periods, some disciplines can be regulated and we can work based on the operating policies. But when we check everything and clarify all these things about the discipline, which is basically new in our system, now we want to actually all these operating policies put in the competition rules, and such is to continue. Are there any questions or discussion? No, so I'm calling for a vote. Who is in favor? Anyone against? Abstentions? None, unanimously, motion passed. Now we have the motion 37.18, also to revise the rule J in the competition rules. And the proposed amendments is that we include Caribbean dances, is the same things. We had this operating policy. Now we want to implement this in the competition rules. And we also need to delete some previous regulations, what was completely out of things, how these disciplines are functioning. So are there any questions? No? Okay, so I'm calling for a vote. Who is in favor? Against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. So we're going to continue with the motion 37.19 to revise the rule L. And we have the similar things, but now for the stage dance, it is absolutely the same explanation what I give for the previous motions. So we want to implement now all of these operating policies as competition rules. Are there any questions? I'm calling for a vote. Who is in favor? Against? Abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We continue with the motion 37.20 to revise the rule O. And it is a disco dance discipline, so it is the same situation like the previous motions. Are there any questions? I'm calling for a vote. Who is in favor? Against? Abstentions? Unanimously. Thank you very much. If some of you are getting tired because I'm going too fast, let me know. I will slow down if your arms start to hurt you. Okay, so I think that we have one more motion, and that will be, actually that was all from the competition rules. Now I think that my colleague have to take over again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nenad. Ladies and gentlemen, the next motion, Presidium Motion 21. Are there any questions or concerns? Hearing none, I will call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Sir. On the screen, it was 37-21. Oh, I'm sorry, we saw it here.
No, it was not on the screen, big screen. Now it is.
Okay. The present system, a complaint comes in, it comes into the General Secretary. But what about if the complaint is about the General Secretary? We had not foreseen that. So now we try to remove any perception of bias or impropriety by making this change. Okay. Any questions or concerns? Yes, Mr. Vogt from Switzerland.
Yes, of course. Shall we say? In person. Yeah, we will fully agree with that because a year ago, more than a year ago, we were really in doubt to whom we have to send a complaint in this case. And we think, based on our own experience, this is a really this is an improvement. But on the other hand, we fear it makes no difference to the current situation. It is in the regulations, but what we fear are still procrastinations over the year, that we don't know if we address it correctly, it is in the correct time handled. That is a real fear we have. And a further improvement could be if the receiving body acknowledges receipt of a complaint and at the same time informs the sender of the next steps and the associated deadlines, because we send something to a person, to an address, and we don't know what happens. We don't not even know if this complaint is received. We have no idea. That is what we suggest to make as a next amendment to the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was pleased during the break that my old friend, Mr. Eric Stelde, approached me and asked me if I could meet with him after the meeting. And I said I'd be very pleased to do so. I know that the delegates from Switzerland have some concerns about things, and I'm very pleased to address them with Eric and with you, Walter, after the meeting. Eric asked me if I could give him 15 minutes. I said, I'll give you 16 after the meeting. Is that fine? Hopefully 10 to 3. Yeah, oh, certainly. And there should never be any doubt that people have the right to speak here and the right to be heard. That's why we have a meeting. Okay. Okay. Are there any further questions or concerns? Hearing none, I call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? Seeing none, I ask who is abstaining from voting on this motion. Unanimous. Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry. Mr. Nifontov wanted to comment.
As the motion is adopted, I would like to emphasize that it's coming from us, from the Presidium actually, and this is in a way of implementing the best governance and bring WDSF on the highest level, because it was detected by our legal department that when a complaint come on the General Secretary, there were no clear path what should be done. Of course, we are not welcoming you to file complaints against General Secretary, but definitely that should be addressed. A legal tool should be provided. And for clarity, this is coming from this Presidium in order to bring WDSF on the highest level of the governance.
And we now move to the next motion, motion 22. Are there any questions or concerns? Hearing none, I call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? Oh, sorry. I thought I saw it here. No? Okay, I'm seeing things sometimes in my screen, but if, yeah, sure, yeah, fine. But if I appear to be proceeding without your being able to see something, please speak up, because we were asked to look at this and not go like that every time. But we will turn Nenad around 180 degrees. I already did. Okay. So, I think we just voted who was in favor, who is opposed to this motion, and who abstains from voting on this motion. I see none. I declare it to be passed unanimously. And I ask my friend, Mr. Jeftic, to take over again.
No, I think
Oh,
it's
sorry,
Mr.
this
Tony
is
Delaney.
financial. Yeah.
Thank you
Mr.
very much,
Delaney.
Mr. Fraser. Right, we move on to item 37.23, and I believe it's on the screen. Yep. So in simple terms, we're just proposing an amendment to introduce fees for solo, synchro and choreographic. Are there any questions or concerns to discuss on this motion? If there are none, I move the motion. Who is in favour of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Unanimous. I move on to item 37.24 regarding an amendment to the statutes. Oh, sorry, the financial regulations in relation to fees for Athletes ID. Are there any questions or concerns on this item? Oh, sorry, 24, apologies. I jumped one. Yep. Are there any questions or concerns on this motion? No? Okay, can I have everyone in favour of this motion? Who's in favour of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? Do we have any abstentions? No? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I now move on to 37.25. So to propose amendments to Article 7 of the WDSF financial regulations. So in simple terms, what I explain is I am sure that you have all suffered with the impacts of inflation. And reality is that the number over the last 7 years, the inflation rate as calculated by the International Monetary Fund, has been 39.7%. Now, 39.7% over 7 years is a huge number. Are we reading a separate thing? No, it's the same. So what I'm explaining is the background. And the background is that for 7 years, inflation has been 39.7%. And what that means is that the purchasing power of the money has been reduced by nearly 40% in the last 7 years. And so what we're seeking to do with this motion is to increase the fees for Athletes ID. So the current Athletes ID fee is 10 Swiss francs for juvenile, junior and youth, and it's currently 20 Swiss francs for adult and senior. And the proposal is to catch up with inflation so that the real purchasing power of the money that we're charging for Athletes ID becomes the same as what it was worth 7 years ago. Inflation has eroded the value of the money that we're receiving from Athletes ID. So the proposal is that we increase the juvenile, junior and youth from 10 Swiss francs to 15 per year, and that we increase the adult and senior fee from 20 to 28 so that we catch up the 40%. That is what is being proposed. Does anyone have any questions or concerns on that particular proposal? Yes, from Portugal.
Being the younger athletes our biggest asset, I would suggest that we wouldn't increase. I know that it's not a big increase, having into consideration the inflation rate, but we need more and more athletes to participate, and of course that all athletes are important, but the younger are the future, and increasing, although it's a different price, increasing the license fee, I don't think it's a good sign that WDSF is sending to the community. The others, the older ones, we don't see a problem there.
Okay, thank you. I suppose how I would address that particular issue is all of you, I imagine, have these athletes as members of your federation, and you would be charging them a fee, and I would imagine that most of you would be charging already more than 10 Swiss francs. And 10 to 15 Swiss francs is not a big increase. And I ask, how much are these young athletes paying for lessons? Per hour. This is per year. So is it reasonable to increase it from 10 to 15 when they're prepared to pay, I don't know, what, 100 Swiss francs an hour or more for a lesson? Is it reasonable to increase it from 10 to 15 Swiss francs per year? I think it is. Are there any other questions or concerns that people want to raise? We've got Mr.
Tony.
Yes.
The only question I have is in the first line where you've added the words fees per year. Is there an intention that this fee is for the year, 365 days from the date I register that athlete, or are we on a calendar year?
Yeah, the system allows registration from the date. So it's automatic. Yeah? Yes, next.
Thank you. Fully support the increase line of business. Just 2 points of clarification. Why not age, regardless, senior adult, regardless of discipline, be the same price? Youth and junior juvenile, regardless of discipline, be the same price, or is standardized across? Because the way this reads, the disciplines in the center with the 15 francs, they are 15 regardless of age groups, while standard and Latin is split in two, and breaking, regardless of discipline, is 28. So this is just a question. And then second point is, athlete card, it says per year. Is this per year, per athlete, per discipline? For those that do multiple discipline, just for point of clarification.
Just one, not per discipline. No. Oh, that would be good. Maybe I'll think about the next year. That's one way to increase revenue.
Please don't give him any ideas.
Look, I take your point, and I am going to handball this question to the VP for Sports.
In general, we propose this according to how it was regulated before, and there is actually differences for the breaking as a general, because it is Olympic and we do not have a juveniles and junior youth. We have now youth, but which is actually also the they have Youth Olympic Games and all those things. That's why we put them as a separate discipline.
Do we have any other questions or queries? Yes, Walter?
It's only the question about the juvenile, juniors and youth, what the representative from Portugal asked. What does it make a difference increasing these fees in the result of a physical year? Have you calculated it?
Depending how many renew, but it's about 80,000 Swiss francs a year. 80,000 Swiss francs extra a year.
18,000 Swiss francs. 80,000 Swiss francs. Okay, thank you.
It's significant. But think about it, the purchasing power of what we've received for Athletes ID has eroded by 80,000 Swiss francs a year. And all we're doing is we're recovering what we have lost to bring it back to where it was when we set the fees in 2017. That is all we're doing. Are there any other questions or queries? If not, I put the motion. Who is in favour of this motion? Who is against this motion? We have 2 votes from Portugal. Are there any abstentions? Yes, we have 2 votes abstention as well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Overwhelmingly carried. We now move on to 37.26. So just back to the PowerPoint. Okay. So you can see the proposed amendments. What is happening here is that not everything is in the financial regulations. And so all we're doing is cut and paste with some minor modifications. So rather than have these rules separate where people cannot find them, we're including them all together under the financial regulations. Does that make sense? Yes? Good. Yes, question, Juris? Okay, I will take guidance. Mr. Jeftik, are you okay with that change?
Yeah, I think that this is appropriate. So because we have last year was decided by the annual general meeting that the organizers of the championship has the right to charge the starting fee up to 50 Swiss francs per couple. So which there are logical conclusion that this is up to 25 per person. Because we have now solo championship and we face situation that organizer understood they can charge 50 or something like that. So it is clear. So I think from my point of view that is logical and acceptable.
Okay, so I believe we will accept the amendment. Are there any other questions and queries? If there are none, yes, there is.
Thank you very much. We're organizing this solo championship for Latin this year. And maybe I think we can think about that entry fee for start number is start number. And I think we have a same duration of competition as for couples and for solos. One round is one round, 48 couples solo. We have same duration as 48 couples, around 48 for solo and 48 for couples. And maybe we can think about that it's not same that we don't split that like 25 per person, okay? That we can make exclusion, that we can make for solo championships 30, 35, because it's very complicated to organize that. It's same like couples, you know? We can think about.
Yes.
It's a propose. Because that's logical that you say 50 per couple, 25 per person. But that's one start number. We have the one start number in solo. It's one start number. Okay?
Finish? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Well, if I may, to give an answer for this. So, if you're looking just as a starting number, it's one thing. But we are talking here of the championship, which last year organizer did not have right to charge the starting fee. And this is the championships where the organizers had to pay accommodation for the couples. Now we are talking about the championships where the organizers do not have obligation to pay the accommodation for the couple or any other expenses as just to organize the competition. So in that sense, we have a situation that everybody wants to organize a championship where they do not have expenses to pay accommodation for the couples. And in addition to that, they get a chance to charge a starting fee. So from my point of view, as a Vice President for Sport, I think that we should divide the competitions and that we already put these expenses to the couples who are delegated and nominated to participate in the championships. And I would remain with our proposal and my comment about that. Of course, we can think and talk about that, but if delegates agree with you, we can discuss about that, but I clearly express our position. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions or queries? If not, sorry, oh, apologies, I didn't see you. Yep.
Is it going to be amended now?
Yes, it is amended already. We've accepted the amendment. Well, I promise you it will be amended. How's that?
I keep you to your word.
So there is, we have there one more speaker on the right side of the room. Turn.
Thank you.
I was just wondering if I read this amendment correctly. It's in regard to couples and formations. It has nothing to do with solo, so I'm not sure if the amendment is even necessary because it's in regard to couples championships and formation championships. So the amendment, it doesn't really, does it change anything if we accept the amendment of 25 per person? I don't think so, but correct me, Nenad, if I'm wrong.
No, it's a different. This is not displayed here. Our proposal. He was additionally asked to amend this part where we have this 50 Swiss francs up to couple, and this is 8.2.1 euros. Am I correct?
Okay.
Okay.
So basically, if I just may to consult our distinguished Vice President for Legal Affairs, Mr. Jim Fraser, this is what Mr. Yuri Sarais proposed. Actually, it's not covered with our proposal, so it is not amendment because we did not propose 8.2.1, unfortunately. So I don't know if legally if we have possibilities to have amendment from the floor because of regulations.
Can we take about a minute to do this because I was preparing for my next motion and I haven't followed this discussion closely. Excuse us, please.
So what do we talk about whilst we're waiting for Jim? It could be quite a while, I'm afraid.
Well, if you have complaint against the General Secretary, you can send it to us.
But if you complain against me, send it to my wife. She's sitting at the door.
Oh, yes, Mr. Polivka. Meanwhile, yes.
Who is responsible if organizers do not pay like what he need to pay for adjudicator? Because we have situation in Ukraine that our judge adjudicate one competition, and I don't know, maybe it passed 4 or 5 years, but still he is waiting for to. So there is situation. So to whom we need to reply, to whom we need to complain about that. Till this moment, our adjudicator had not received any.
Sorry, if I could, would you not complain to your national member body responsible for that competition?
We write letters.
And the national member body has responded?
Nothing. And I wrote to also to Presidium. So this is.
So
this is meanwhile. So.
If I may just kindly ask you that under miscellaneous that we talk about that, because
thank you. Yeah, no
please,
problem.
because we clarified this.
Yeah,
Jim was
thank you.
expressly very fast and give valuable advice.
Probably we need also to put this also who is responsible if any cases.
Thank you.
Like
We're going to talk
at
the end. Thank you very much. So, yes, it is possible. Jim, would you like to explain?
No, it's possible because part of the amendments that are being proposed are to 8.2.1. It's not a new subject.
Yeah, it is on the next slide, so it is possible. So let's continue to the.
As long as it's reasonably related to 8.2.1, you can't amend 8.2.1 to suggest that we provide Mars bars for all annual general meeting attendees. You know, it has to be related to the subject of the 8.2.1 rule.
Okay, Juris, we accept your amendment. Are you okay with that? We will make sure that it reflects that it's accepted. So, who is in favour of this motion with the amendment as amended? Thank you. Who is against this motion? Do we have any abstentions? There being none. Oh, yes, we do. Sorry, we have two abstentions. No? Okay, never mind. Put it down. All right, we move on to motion 37.27 regarding the financial regulations. Do we have any questions or queries on this motion? Thank you.
Tim Rausche from Germany. As we learned yesterday from our Czech friend, the German economy goes down rapidly. Sorry for that. And so I have to intervene in the name of my poor federation. Dear Presidium, dear delegates, first of all, a question. Does it include the membership fees?
At the moment, the answer is yes.
Okay. So I think the right way of raising membership fees is regulated in Article 7, as you know, in WDSF statutes. And so following this motion is a motion of a change of the statutes and has to be officially treated like this, with two-third majority and with the announcement as a change of statutes. And secondly, German organizers, for example, just looking at this point, are paying about 80,000 euros a year for competition fees. And this year, I'm not a specialist in financial things, but this year, worldwide inflation may be 5.7%. That means that we have to pay, if you as a Presidium decides on that we have to pay not 80,000, but 85,000 euros a year. And next year again, and next year again. So we can't go in favor for this motion.
I'm sorry, I must have missed the point, so please excuse me. How did you go from, the membership fee is only 1,200 Swiss francs, I don't understand.
The competition fees. The second point was the competition fees.
Sorry, competition fees.
First point is changing of statutes. And the second point is it's a very high level of payment of the organizers of Germany. And so I think every year 5% more just by the discretion of the Presidium is not okay for us.
Right.
Thanks.
Look, in the end of the day, let me maybe explain the background to what we were thinking, and then you can decide what you want to do. I mean, the Presidium has an open mind, but at the end of the day, we're here to protect you, we're here to protect the athletes, and we're here to make sure that we have adequate financial resources as we grow. I think we've all agreed, because we've increased the athletes' ID fees, that inflation is a cancer on all of us, on individuals, on families, on sports federations, on a business. And as a financial professional, I earnestly say to you, it just can't be ignored. Now, the question is a matter of degree, because we all know that inflation cannot be ignored. So how do we deal with it? And what we don't want to do is bog down an annual general meeting or get to a situation where we waste so much time arguing about fees that we don't do the important business of the meeting, was about sports. It's not about what are the level of fee adjustments. So what we're proposing here is to put a restriction on the Presidium. And the restriction can be that the maximum that fees can go up by is the annual inflation rate. Now, what we are not saying is that we want to catch up 39.7%. So the reality is that the value of the fees that we're receiving are 39.7% less in real terms than what we received 7 years ago. We're not asking the members to catch up 39.7%. But just think about it for a minute. We've had COVID, and so revenues have been abnormal. We've had the Olympics, and so revenues have been abnormal. But what's a normal turnover for WDSF? Let's just use a number. Call it 2 million Swiss francs is our normal turnover. So what it means is, on a normal turnover of 2 million Swiss francs, in fact, 2 million Swiss francs in 2017 was worth, in purchasing power, an extra 800,000 Swiss francs. How can we ignore that? So the proposal is, which we're happy to defer if that's what members feel, but there must be some mechanism where we don't have to waste huge amounts of time in adjusting fees from year to year. And you can no longer ignore inflation. So we need to be financially responsible. And as a finance professional, I am telling you, you cannot erode the purchasing power of our revenue. Not when we're the smallest federation which exists within the Olympic family. The next smallest federation within the Olympic family is table tennis. They have 88 employees. How many employees do we have? We have maybe 8 who do the work of 88. So this is the problem. If you want to have a strong international sports federation and you want to protect your prestigious position in terms of your recognition from national Olympic committees, governments, and receive appropriate funding, then you need to make sure that you protect the athletes and yourself by providing the international federation the ability to grow and prosper. You cannot ignore inflation. So please, if you don't think this is a good solution, come up with a better solution. But at the moment, the proposal is they don't have to automatically increase from year to year. You can restrict the Presidium that the absolute maximum that can be increased is the inflation rate. Now, for how many years has the fee been 1,200 Swiss francs? For how many years have competition fees not increased? In fact, was it last year? I can't remember, was it last year or the year before? We reduced fees. We reduced fees. I mean, I do understand that there is financial pressure on members. There is financial pressure on everyone. But I am saying to you, just like I said to you in 2017, when I said 2 Swiss francs. 2 Swiss francs is what we were charging for athletes' ID. That was ridiculous. And now it's ridiculous again that we need to have the courage to provide the resources to your federation to protect yourself, to protect your recognition, to protect the athletes, to grow the sport and make sure we're a huge success. And I ask you to please support this because it's the right thing to do. But if the meeting decides not to, that's fine too. But you're undermining yourself. So, who would like to talk next? Sorry, who? Lithuania? Sorry.
I have a question. I'm not against that we have to increase year by year a little bit, but what if we have situation when there is economic crisis and inflation rate is going up enormously and the economics is not? And what will do then?
That's a very good question, which is why I said to you that it does not have to go up. The reality is, you know that the maximum it could go up is by that, but which presidium would be stupid enough to increase it by the inflation rate if the inflation rate is a silly rate? All we're trying to do is to maintain purchasing power. All we're saying is that fees have not changed for many years. Fees have gone down. I mean, on say, I don't know, on a membership fee of 1,200 Swiss francs, call it a 3% inflation rate for next year, we're talking about 36 Swiss francs. I hope that most people in this room, that their federations could afford 36 Swiss francs a year. Surely you can afford 36 Swiss francs, and surely you don't think that a presidium is dumb enough to increase by an amount that will be not accepted by the members. Because you know what you can do at the next AGM? You can reduce it. So the point is, if ever the presidium were to abuse their position in terms of an increase, you can vote to reduce it. So you always have 12 months to reduce the fee if it doesn't work. So please, you have the ultimate power. Don't say that, oh, we can't do this. You have to do it to protect the organisation, to protect yourself, your recognition, your credibility, your prestige, the athletes, the future. This is your chance to show you're financially responsible. And let's not play politics about it. We can always reduce the fee in the next year if it's wrong. Sorry, who was? Eliash? Okay. And then I think we've got, hang on, I think we had Juris as well. And then, no, you first, please.
Dear Presidium, dear colleagues, I fully understand that there needs to be some measures to catch up with inflation. What I'm not happy about with is that we take the world overall inflation as the maximum, because we have there countries in which are not even members of WDSF with a very high inflation, and which of course impacts the overall rate. So if I look currently, I'm also not a finance expert at all, but if I look currently, we have, I think, the world index with 5.8%. And if I look on the organizers like China, 0.6% inflation, or Germany, 2.3%, I think, and Switzerland, 1.2%. So that's far away from the top which you could raise. I also understand that you will not raise without considering carefully. But I think it's not a good idea to raise, and then we need another motion that in the next general meeting we go down again. So maybe you think about another measure, except and take not the world inflation index.
All right. Here's something that I haven't passed by the Presidium, but I'm going to pass it by you, and hopefully no one will think that I'm doing the wrong thing. What if we set a rate? What if we said that there's an annual increase of, say, 3%? Would that protect you? Would that make you feel more comfortable? What do you think? What, you want it more? Oh, well. Sorry, who's next? Sorry, Juris was next. Apologies. And then who then?
Yes, I'm also not an expert in financial things. I just would like to ask a question. How is it planned? The document says that it would be looked over annually. What does it mean? 1st of January? And the second question is, if we imagine that we live in a perfect world and the deflation starts, would it drop the fees? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I imagine what you're asking is that it'd be effective rate after the 31st of December in a year, which would be considered in the following year. And if there's deflation, we're all in trouble. But yes, we would obviously reduce the rate if there was deflation, but I don't believe that's what's going to happen. It's going to be inflation, not deflation. I'm sorry, the next one was Portugal, yes.
Thank you for your explanation, and I don't see it as a restriction to WSCF if you approve this, in the sense that at the moment, to increase any fees, it has to be approved by the AGM, and approving this rule, it will be a competence of the WSF Presidium without any, of course, having into consideration the index that you want to choose and the inflation rate and all that, the calculation that WSF wants to do. But I truly believe that the German delegation has completely a point and is defending the national members, in the sense that is caring about the fees that promoting a competition are paid. And if we approve, all of us who promote competitions and who have fees to pay to WSF, if we accept that the increase will be automatic, because at the moment we have to approve from time to time the increase of any fees. Changing this, it will be automatic that there will be an increase, because like Yuri said, there can be a deflation, but hopefully not, because the deflation, it could be a good thing for paying less, but let us not hope, because the economy, it would mean that the economy would be a disaster. But having an automatic increase every year, because inflation will happen every year, our belief is that it's better that WSF is able to accommodate some, as it has been over the years, to accommodate some of the inflation rate, and then from time to time update the license fees and all that, rather than establishing that, okay, every year the inflation rate is this one, so we will put 3% more or 2% more in everything. I imagine that it's for the fees and also for the adjudicators' fees, and I imagine that it's for everything. Okay, 30 seconds? No, I don't need more. Thank you.
Look, thank you. Just to be clear, the motion does not say that it's an automatic increase. It says that it will be considered by the Presidium. It is not an automatic increase. It's not.
If there's an inflation rate, because every year there will be inflation, higher or lower, but every year, I assume that the intention of this motion is that the Presidium decides almost automatically to adapt, and if there's an inflation, otherwise, if it's not this purpose, why not keeping the same system? If every AGM there's a motion to update the fees, and that's...
All right, I think Mr. Fraser wanted to say something, but I guarantee you no Presidium would increase it every year. It'd be dumb.
Yes, there are 3 quick points. First of all, we have reduced the fees. We've reduced the fees by 800,000 Swiss francs by doing nothing. We were conscious and sensitive to the problems that the world had. We had them ourselves in our own countries, probably in our own lives during COVID. We understand the problems that governments and that people had, but we didn't raise these rates at all during that period. The rates if raised by inflation, should be around $1,700 for a membership fee, for example. Nobody's asking anything close to that. Second thing is, if the Presidium exercises its discretion to increase the fees under this proposal, let's say you pass it, and the Presidium exercises its discretion to increase some fees, this is not something that you can't change at the next annual general meeting. You can come here with a motion to reduce the fees. You can do it. And if it passes, you know, they'll be reduced. The third thing is, I wished to comment that a long time ago, when Dr. Rausch was introducing his remarks, he said that he felt that this was a proposal to amend the statutes. But I must say, with deference, it is not. The numbers are not in the statutes, they're in the financial regulations. No one is proposing to change a word of the statutes. So the focus in this motion is correct, technically. And this is all that I would say, again, with deference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. And I think who we have next? Mr. Yes? Ken? Oh, no?
Wow. This brings up so many topics, and every time someone speaks, there's a different reaction. Do you want to work with me to provide a different idea? Sure, we'd love to, but we don't get that opportunity. When we come to the AGM, financial regulations are given to us. We're told we can vote on them or not vote on them, or we can make an amendment from the floor, or we could do something. But in all practicality, this is not how we manage. But we do manage every year by supporting the different increases and decreases. These aren't all financial-driven decisions, they're also marketing decisions. Why do we lower fees in competitions that no organizers want? To make it more attractive to them. Why do we raise fees in competitions that there's more competition for? Because they're hotter properties. So you're conducting a business with us. We do the same thing in our own markets. CPI is not the same impact. There's not a direct correlation between inflation and the number of dancers in my country, the number of people that want to dance, what my organizers are willing to pay or organize a competition, and maybe they need more profit to offset their cost. So by moving this to some automatic, potentially automatic process, because a motion will come, which we probably won't completely all adapt or understand, then it will move forward. It's much more comfortable for us to say, let's raise these athletes' fees 3 Swiss francs. Let's change this competition fee in line with what it should be. We compete against many other federations in dance. Yes, not this type of federation, but in our own markets. Our athletes are shopping dance opportunities. And I think it's important that we control every year what the fees are.
Thank you, Mr. Ken. Thank you, Mr. Richards. The lady over there. Yep.
Hello. What I would like to know, I think it would be, and I would like to express my opinion, I think it would be wise if we knew the fees in advance, well in advance, from the organizer's perspective. Let's say maybe these changes would not be significant, but when I'm organizing for our federation is organizing a WDSF competition, and we are applying for a competition, say now in November of 2024 for a competition that will be held in December of 2025. I need the information on the fees, on the granting fees, on the adjudicators' fees. I need this information now. So my question is, when would these changes be made?
I can say to you they're always made by the 1st of January the next year. So that would mean that it would be advised at the AGM for that year, which normally is the second week in June. But the fees would not apply until the following year. That's practice that we've had for many years.
Okay, so if the fees were changed, say January 1st, 2025, that would be for 2026.
This AGM is bad, so because it's October, but if we had an AGM next year in June, it would not apply until 1st of January 26. The normal AGM is June, and the fees normally do not go up till the following year, January the following year. Yeah? Thank you. Now we have Mr. Nefontov wanted to say something.
Thank you, Vice President. Maybe somebody else? No?
Yep, thank you.
Valerie Ivanov from Spain. So I'm also not financial expert, but as much as I know, still most of the competitions that we organize are in Europe. So probably index that is common in Europe to measure the inflation in Europe, like Euribor, could be better index for this, and we can use it as an index that we can put every year prices. And I have to say that it was, by the way, 8 years in deflation. This index was negative for 8 years. Now, of course, it's like 3% or something like this, but it changes every day. We have clear index, but probably because most of us do competition in Europe, and still is like this for all WDSF, probably is better index for most of us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? Yeah, USA? Oh, Belgium first, was it? Sorry, apologies. Sorry, Belgium first. Okay, Belgium, USA, and Portugal. How's that?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Just to make maybe a proposal, I think we have 100 members, and maybe we can use the index of the 100 members and make there the average as a proposal. I think it's more reality than taking all of them in consideration. That's my proposal.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I just need a clarification. Not sure. In terms of when we would know about an increase?
Yeah, by the AGM, you would know about the increase. And normally the AGM is June.
So, but it would be,
For
you
the
would
following
increase
year.
in January
The
2000?
following year.
So it would be
After.
after?
Not before, after. Has
So
to
the
be after.
starting in January, let's say 2026?
Yes, correct. If there was an increase in 25, and at this stage, can't see it, election year,
Okay.
forget it, ain't gonna
Right,
happen.
no, I'm just saying, but so it would be increased you would increase in May, the Presidium would decide in May, we would learn about it in June for January 26.
And if you didn't like it, you could move a motion to reduce it. That's what I'm saying. I said that. I said that. I mean, you're protected. So if we made a decision, you didn't like it, the next month you have an AGM, you change the decision. I mean, you've got ultimate power, ultimate authority. I don't understand the concern. Sorry, I think we've got Mr. Nefontov, yes? Or someone else? Portugal, sorry. Apologies.
Sorry, really don't want to go longer with I'm clarified with the explanations. Just a question for Jim, because you said that this does not involve the statute changes, but regarding membership fees, there's a part here in the statutes that mention how to change the value, and according to this rule, it can be different.
Sorry, what are you referring to in the statutes, please?
There's the membership fees, Article 7. The amount of the annual membership fee shall be decided or amended by simple majority of the general meeting and subject to amendment at any time by the general meeting. So if we approve this, it's a change of the statutes, because any decision of the Presidium to change, accommodating any tax rates or any inflation rates. Sorry.
You're giving a supplementary power under the proposed motion to do exactly that, and you're passing that. You've had notice of this motion to change the way we levy the fees. No, doesn't. Well, you're saying effectively it means a change of the statutes. Is that what you're saying?
Can you please take a microphone?
If this motion is approved, the point 2 of Article 7 of the statutes will be void, because it can be that the membership fee can be changed without the general meeting approval. So it's a change of the statutes. I'm not a lawyer, not at all, but I see it in this way because it's contradiction.
I have a solution. You're going to love this because it's just before lunch and everyone's starving and you'd like to have a drink. So here's my suggestion. It's really simple and you will agree. 11.2, change one word. So subject to the Presidium decision, subject to the AGM decision. What do you think? So the AGM has the decision. If you don't like it, you don't do it.
We, Portugal, find it perfect.
Excellent, perfect. Thank you. So, can we cease the discussion because now the power is back with the annual general meeting that when we do a proposed annual adjustment for CPI, that the annual general meeting will approve it or reject it? Yes? Fine, excellent. Lunch. So, who is in favour? Who is in favour of this motion? All those, please. Who is in favour of this motion? How can you object? The general meeting will make the decision. No arguments about statutes, 2/3 majority. Thank you. Who is against this motion? 2. Are there any abstentions? 2. Lunch. Oh, sorry, Mr. President.
Declare it passed.
Now, throughout the whole pandemic years, in the last many years, we have protected you financially. We have been very careful. We only will increase fees or ask for increase when we see financially we really need to. Otherwise, we will not. So please do not worry too much about this. We are always thinking of you, your welfare. But next year, if you elect somebody else, I cannot promise you. Now it's lunchtime. We shall be back at 2 p.m. Outside still. At the request of some of our member bodies, we would like to replay the message from the IOC president because there were a little bit of sound failures earlier, and to show the appreciation to the effort of the IOC in making this video for us, we would like to ask you to allow us to play for a short 5 minutes video.
Dear President of the World Dance Sport Federation, Mr. Sean Tay, dear Olympic friends, what an entrance dance sport has made on the Olympic stage. At the Olympic Games Paris 2024, the B-girls and the B-boys lit up the cipher, celebrating your sport and your community at its best. They brought a new kind of youthful energy and a real urban vibe to the Olympic Games. Every air flare, head spin, or freeze amazing the fans and spectators in the packed urban park. And all this right in the beating heart of these Olympic Games, the iconic Place de la Concorde. The Olympic Games Paris 2024 were truly Olympic Games of a new era. Younger, more urban, more inclusive, more sustainable. The very first Olympic Games with full gender parity. The first Olympic Games fully in line with our Olympic agenda from start to finish. With the great success of the first ever Olympic breaking competitions, everyone at the World Dance Sport Federation played an essential part in writing this new chapter of Olympic history. For this, you can rightly be very proud, and forever. The entire world came together through the power of sport. Athletes from the territories of all 206 national Olympic committees and the IOC refugee Olympic team competed fiercely against each other. At the same time, they lived peacefully together under one roof in the Olympic Village. They created a culture of peace, sending a powerful message across the globe. This message of togetherness, of joie de vivre, this message of peace, this is what people all around the world were longing for. More than half of the entire world's population followed these Olympic Games. This is the Olympic message to all humankind. In these difficult times we are living through, with far too many wars and conflicts, we need this Olympic message more than ever. This is why I would like to thank the World Dance Sport Federation for being such a reliable partner in spreading the Olympic spirit around the world. Under the leadership of your President Sean Tay, you have not missed a beat in bringing our Olympic Agenda 2020 reforms to life. From promoting gender equality on and off the dance floor, to strengthening the governance of your sport in significant ways, to leading by example when it comes to anti-doping or safeguarding, to trailblazing in esports and the digital world. In these and so many other areas, you're promoting sport and its values in an impressive way. This is why I would like to congratulate everyone at the World Dance Sport Federation. A big thank you to all of you for inspiring ever more people with sport and its values. At your annual general meeting, you have every opportunity to now set the course for a bright future on the road to the Youth Olympic Games Dakar 2026 and beyond. Building on your strong foundation, you can look ahead with great confidence. As you look to this bright future, let me reiterate that you can always count on the IOC as a partner by your side to promote our shared Olympic values of peace and solidarity. The B-girls and the B-boys showed us in Paris that we can only go faster, aim higher, and become stronger if we dance together. In this way, we are living our Olympic motto, faster, higher, stronger, together. In this Olympic spirit, I wish you fruitful discussions and an enjoyable and successful annual general meeting. All the best.
For the second time is even clearer. So we shall run an examination at 5 p.m. today. Tony, now I hand this over to you.
Thank you very much, Sean. To be clear, before we left for lunch, we're just going through the formality that motion 37.27 was overwhelmingly carried, and it had an amendment that the application of the motion would be at the discretion and decision of, in fact, the AGM. Yes? All right. Thank you very much. We now move on to motion 37.28. So 37.28 merely shows that any changes to financial regulations don't come into effect until the following year, and given that there's no economic adjustment, there will obviously be no increase in fees due to economic adjustment next year. Is that clear? Yes? All right. All those in favour of this motion? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anyone against this motion? Are there any abstentions? Okay, unanimous. Thank you very much, and I now hand back. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Now we have come to item 38, members' motion. On members' motion, item 38.1, we have our Austrian members' motion on the reimbursement of expenses, Rule B.5. May I invite the Austrian delegate to present this motion? Yes, please.
Dear Presidium, dear delegates from several countries, thank you for the possibility to explain our motion. I try to give you a brief overview why we propose this motion. As Mr. President said, it refers to Rule B5, which was now earlier moved to the financial regulations, but I think it's only a formal information. I'm absolutely, and the Austrian Federation is absolutely aware that asking for money is not a popular task, but please let me explain why we think it could help the formation sport within WDSF to survive. The motion says that it should be possible for the organizers to get 1,000 Swiss francs as granting fee if they like to. Of course, it's no obligation, so if an organizer does not need to have the support of the participants, then of course he will not ask for it. What's the current situation? We have currently regularly only World Championships in Formation Latin every year. This is something which is a fact, but we don't have European Championships. In average, we have those only every 4 years. And in standard, we had the European Championships so far only the World Championships so far only 2019 and 2022, and there was no World Championship standard formation last year. Luckily, we in Austria found a way how to organize this championship this year in December, on the day after the World Championship Formation Latin, which is also hosted in my country. We found a way with support of especially the participating teams. So they were asked if they can pay for their accommodation themselves. And that's exactly the point which I want to bring to your attention. You need a certain money only for accommodation, which is about, depending of course on the amount of the participating teams, which is about 35,000 euro. Additionally, you need 7,000 euros for the WSF granting fee. So roughly you need 40,000 euro, and you have no event hall, you have no charge, you have no local transport, so you have just only the accommodation for the teams. I think this is not a good situation, and additionally, if I look back the last 10 years, who was the organizing countries of the championships? In Formation Latin, it was 5 times Germany, 3 times Austria, 1 time People's Republic of China, and 1 time Hong Kong. And for the European Championship Latin, it was 1 time Germany, 1 time Poland, 1 time Austria. And we have approximately 12 to 14 countries who have formation, and I think basically they all want to organize championships, but I think they can't because lack of money. So our proposal should give a chance that the formation teams will survive. I think formation is not done in every country. I know, of course, it's we have now 100 members and it's only a part of it, but I think it reflects to our roots like Standard and Latin. And in some of the countries who have formation, these teams are the basis for new couples for also just dancing as a couple, because it's very popular to be in a team, to maybe go to a championship, and then they also start to dance not only formation, but also as a couple. So I ask you to support our motion to give our formation teams a chance to survive in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Is there any discussion on this topic?
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a technical discussion. Actually, we moved this part of our governance prior to this part of the meeting, and so it doesn't exist anymore. And so you're proposing to amend something that doesn't exist anymore. But I think it's very clear that adequate notice was given. You gave it very fairly. We have some time, and I believe that the meeting will probably support a motion of urgency. So just to be technically perfect, we would do a motion of urgency here in the Presidium, number one. Number two, we would present it to the meeting, and number three, then we would vote on your motion. So I ask that the President convene a meeting of the Presidium here, now. Yes? Please say yes. Yes. Thank you. You got to say it. Okay. The Presidium meeting is in session. Sorry, Tony, what is the new part of the financial regulations that's being amended?
Okay, that is difficult to say at this point because we're just doing it. So it's easy. Oh, excellent. He's going to solve it for us.
At times like this, when people are looking for things, I always say, give them a moment, turn to someone you don't know who's near you, and make a new friend in DanceSport. Just do it. Turn around.
Jim, you can instruct administration and WSF legal commission to study the necessary and to bring this. We will comply. Sorry. Sorry. Jim? You got it?
He's got it.
No, we cannot print it right now. I have to stop the screen.
Microphone.
Wolfgang, can you find it? Presidium meeting is back in session. The motion is to apply the Austrian motion to Financial Regulation 8.2.2. That's a special urgent motion that we're presenting to the AGM. Does everyone understand what we're doing? Yes? That's my motion to the Presidium. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question in the Presidium. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Abstentions? 1. The motion carries with an overwhelming majority. Now we may proceed to that motion of urgency, and it's to amend Financial Regulation 8.2.2 in the same way, mutatis mutandis, as is proposed for Rule B5. That's the motion. Is there discussion? I hear none. Hearing none, I call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed? And is there any abstention? Yeah. Sorry, 2 opposed. No, that was red card. 4. 4? 4. Okay, and how many abstentions? 2. 2. Okay, that takes care of the motion of urgency. Now for the motion itself, because clearly the motion of urgency passed with more than a 2/3 majority. Now, it's the same question. I ask again, who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is opposed to the motion? Same people. 2 and 2 are 4. And who does not vote in this motion? 2, 4. The motion clearly carries with more than a 2/3 majority. Thank you very much.
On item 38.2, the member motion number 1 from Chinese Taipei has been withdrawn. And on item 38.3, member motion number 2 from Chinese Taipei has also been withdrawn. Now we come to item 39.1, the motion of urgency to conduct the confirmation or election of the ordinary member of the Ethics Commission. May I please invite our VP for Legal, Jim Fraser, to conduct this.
Thank you, President Sean. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain a little bit about what is happening here. This is quite a recent development. I'm afraid that very recently we had a resignation of one of the members of the Ethics Commission. It was just within the last 2 weeks. Paul Erik Hoyer from Denmark, a former International Olympic Committee member and president of the Badminton World Federation, a very distinguished statesman in sport. And he's resigning due to ill health. So first of all, I would like to propose a vote of thanks to Mr. Hoyer for his service and our best wishes for his recovery. May I have that vote, please? It's my motion to the meeting. Is there any discussion? I think none. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? None. And who abstains from this motion? I see none. And we will say that there was a unanimous vote for Mr. Paul Erik Hoyer, thanking him for his service and wishing him a full recovery from his current illness. And may I ask for a round of applause for his service. Having resigned, he left the following in charge: the chair, the Honourable Sandra Norrie from Australia, and then the following 3 members: Mr. Thomas Eriksson from Sweden, Mr. Brian Nook from the United States, and Ms. Victoria Tomic from Slovenia. In this situation, we have a code that provides a solution, the code for the member of the Ethics Committee. And it says, in the event of death, I refer to paragraph 10.3, in the event of death, resignation, incapacity, or other permanent inability of a member or chairperson to perform his or her functions, the Presidium shall declare that he has ceased to hold office in the Ethics Committee and set the effective date. We did that on the 26th. On the following date, the substitute member shall automatically assume and fully succeed to the office of an ordinary member. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the substitute member who was elected in 2019 is Mr. Anatol Kotau, formerly president of the Belarus DanceSport Alliance, but now I understand he is no longer president of the Belarus DanceSport Alliance, and I am also told that he no longer lives in Belarus. I understand he now lives in Poland and pursues other activities. Now, he is the person who we would propose to you as the substitute being elevated to ordinary member. I'll just say again, in the text it says, on the following date, the substitute member shall automatically assume and fully succeed to the office of an ordinary member. The annual general meeting, that's you, then must confirm the substituted person in his or her or their offices, or elect a new member for the remainder of the 4-year term. Now, the 4-year term expires when? Yeah, sorry. So that'll be 2027. And you can choose to confirm or elect somebody different at this time. So, the substitution, the promotion of the substitute member, Mr. Anatol Kotau, to ordinary member, that is full member, of the Ethics Commission. That is my motion. Does anyone have any questions or concerns? Yes. Yeah. No, you do if they're granted. And please come to the microphone. Ms. Sandra Nori, the chair.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to add a little bit of information because I've spoken to Mr. Kotau. I asked him what was his relationship to Belarus. He says he's retired from Belarus. He's living in exile. He went on to give me other opinions of his politics, which I didn't ask for because I don't believe I have the right to, but I'm happy to pass on to you. This is someone who is not supporting what is happening, what his own government originally, his own country of birth, has been involved in. And in fact, he's set up some kind of group here in Poland for a whole range of athletes, not just dance sport athletes, who are in exile. So I just put that to you for the sake of completeness. And I'm also the chair of the nominations committee. Can I just point out that a little while ago, I don't know if it's completed, but I typed up a report wearing my hat as nominations committee chair to give to you in respect of a possible new reserve, being Mr. Gord Peterson from Canada. So I can only ask the legal counsel, has it been sent through so they can read it? We've had to work very quickly because all this stuff only came to me last night. But anyway, look, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I need to point out to you also that I've made it clear to Mr. Kotau that in respect of the granting of neutral status to Belarusian or Russian athletes or officials, I will not allow him to participate. Not because he's a bad person, but it's a sensitive matter. And I'd rather just keep it simple and clean. And as far as possible, keep politics out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nori. Can I see that? Because I haven't received that report. Sure. Okay. Yeah, thanks very much. Okay, Sandra's report says, Ethics Committee. The rules for the reserve to assume the position vacated by a sitting member of the Ethics Committee. In view of the recent resignation of a member of the Ethics Committee due to ill health, I approached the reserve, Mr. Anatol Kotau, to ascertain his availability. He's very pleased to serve. And now she turns to the possibility of a new reserve position. My suggestion to her in a very short period of time was an acquaintance of mine from Canada, Mr. Gordon Peterson. She says, I have not been able to contact Mr. Peterson because we were only able to ascertain this in the last day and a half. But his online profile makes it clear that he has the background and experience to fulfill the role. I have spoken with Mr. Raul Kalin, a member of the Nomination Commission of our body, WDSF, who supports my recommendation that we support him as the new reserve. The other member of the Nomination Commission cannot attend today. Signed, the Chair of the Nomination Commission, Ms. Sandra Norrie. And we thank Sandra for that report and for her intervention, which was appropriate and helpful. I believe I will now call the question. Since I've heard no discussion or questions, I will call the question of whether or not this annual general meeting confirms the substitute, Mr. Anatol Kotau, in the office of ordinary member of the WDSF Ethics Committee. Who is in favor of this motion? Sorry? I beg your pardon? Who is in favor of this motion? Oh, the motion, sorry. The motion is my motion, and it is a motion that is based on the text here, which says that the annual general meeting must confirm the substituted person, that is, Mr. Anatol Kotau, in this office, or else elect a new member. So you have a choice whether to confirm Mr. Kotau or to elect somebody else. And I haven't heard anything else except Sandra Norrie's report, so I'm assuming that you will support Mr. Anatol Kotau. So it is my motion, as a Presidium member, which I'm allowed to make, that Mr. Anatol Kotau be confirmed by this annual general meeting as the new ordinary member of the WDSF Ethics Committee, replacing Mr. Hoyer, who has resigned. That is my motion. Are there questions? Oh, certainly, Mr. Nifantov.
Dear delegates, please be reminded that you elected Mr. Anatol Kotau last year as a substitute member of the committee. Therefore, according to the Article 10.3 of Code of Ethics, now you need to confirm him as an ordinary member. So he was elected last year, somebody withdraw, and now we need to confirm. Okay, he was already elected. It's not an election, it's a confirmation. Thank you.
You can add that to what I said earlier. I will now conduct the motion. The vote on the motion. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? 2, Denmark, Norway, Lithuania. Oh, sorry, Latvia. That's 6, and I'm sorry, there's 2 more. Lithuania and Latvia. So 2, 4, 6, 8 opposed. And who abstains from voting on this motion? There's a lot of abstentions. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, I think. But it is clear that the motion passes, so I declare that Mr. Anatol Kotau is now elevated to the position of ordinary member of the WDSF Ethics Committee. Thank you very much for your patience and for your questions about this. Now we move to a second question. Earlier today you approved 3 motions of urgency in one vote. And the second question is whether or not you want to elect a new substitute member. This is possible as part of the general power of the annual general meeting. And I knew of one person who I thought would be excellent, and so I provided his name to Sandra Norrie without any encouragement or discouragement for finding anybody else. It seemed to me that I had a duty, if I could to find someone who would be appropriate, but other than that, I haven't pushed hard. But I can tell you that I know Mr. Peterson very well. I've known him for over 20 years. I've served on committees that he chaired in the Canadian Olympic Committee. He's a corporate lawyer who's been actively involved in international sport and the governance of sport for a very lengthy period of time. He has actively promoted fairness in sport, both nationally and internationally, and was instrumental in the development of a dispute resolution body for sport in Canada. He's a former Canadian national team diver, so he's part of the sport of diving. He's been a volunteer sport administrator for over 35 years, served as a president of the National Sport Organization for Diving in Canada and a national multi-sport organization, as well as serving as a vice president and director with the Canadian Olympic Committee. He's also a top-level international diving official. He's judged at numerous local, national, and international events, including the Olympic Games, the World Championships, World Cups, Pan American Games, and Commonwealth Games. Importantly, he's served on innumerable sport committees, including as chair of the Canadian Olympic Committee Team Selection Committee, chair of the Canadian Olympic Committee Governance and Ethics Committee. That was when I served with him. Chair of the Canadian Olympic Committee Governance and Nomination Committee, chair of the COC Bylaws Committee, and chair of the COC Nominating Committee. He's also currently chair of Volleyball Canada Nominations and Elections Committee. And there's much more in this curriculum vitae. I think that I've told you enough, and I would ask you if you have any questions or concerns about my motion to appoint Gordon Peterson of Canada as the substitute member of the WDSF Ethics Committee. Hearing none, then I call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? I see no red cards. And who is abstaining from voting on this motion? 2, 4 cards. Ukraine and Norway, I think. Sorry, I got an
The nomination committee report as well, just as a formality.
We will. Then I declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. And I would also like to make a motion to adopt the nomination committee report. That is my motion to you. I do not believe that there would be any discussion on that. I call the vote. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? Who abstains from voting on this motion? Again, Ukraine, Norway, and that's it. It clearly carries with an overwhelming majority. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sandra, and thank you, delegates, for assisting us with this difficult and emergency task with which we trusted as a result of Mr. Hoyer's retirement. Thank you. Now we are going to deal with the professional division question, and I need to provide you with a little bit more information. Yesterday, many of you were in the WDSF forum, pardon me, and you heard various things about the professional division and the proposals for changing it. Yesterday, at the professional division general meeting for 2024, which was held in this room and which I attended, the delegates voted to revoke Article 17. They voted to consent to our revoking Article 17 of the WDSF statutes. Article 17 is the article of the statutes that established and sustains the WDSF professional division. And they authorized us basically to do anything that we wanted in this meeting to repeal Article 17 and to then begin the reorganization of professional dance sport in WDSF under WDSF generally. So, after that, Mr. Nereus Stukas and I, the other legal commissioner who is present here, got together and spent about 2 hours last night, not having fun, but preparing this motion. It's a lengthy motion, but it's important that it be lengthy so that it is clear and that is also legally comprehensive, so that we make changes to the PD in an organized way and in a way that will work for the next part of the year and for the future. Now, do we have a copy of this motion that we can put on the screen? I see. Okay. Well, I have a paper copy, and I can give you a little bit of a summary of what it says. First of all, it says that the text of Article 17 is going to be repealed as of December 31st, which allows time to wind up some administrative affairs. We call that the closing date. And then for greater certainty, all of the powers, authority, responsibility, terms of office and everything of the elected and appointed officials of the WDSF PD are going to terminate on that closing date. And all the governing documents previously created by the PD then will be deemed, if you pass this resolution by you, to become operating policies of the WDSF Presidium, again, on the closing date, December 31st. Then, for greater clarity, beginning on January 1st, 2025, all the duties of the PD set out in all the documents shall be assumed and performed by the WDSF Presidium. Next, the assets of the PD, including but not limited to its currently granted competitions, that is, the sport assets as well, shall be transferred or deemed to be transferred on the closing date. This was important because there are a number of PD-granted PD championships, competitions, that go on until November the 2nd, 2025, and we didn't want them to somehow disappear because we had repealed the legislation in WDSF that actually gave life to the PD. So all of that would be transferred to WDSF. And then, also on January 1st, 2025, a new Article 17 would be established. And it says something very simple. It says, number one, professional dance sport is defined and governed by WDSF. So, there is professional dance sport. What is it? Well, it's what we define it to be, and it's governed by us in the general meeting or in the presidium. And two, the administration of professional dance sport shall be performed by the presidium in its discretion, including by enacting and using WDSF presidium operating policies with respect to professional dance sport competition rules and professional dance sport competitions, and including but not limited to licensing professional athletes, teachers, trainers, coaches, and adjudicators, and granting all professional dance sport competitions. As part of this program, the invoices that go out ordinarily in October will not go out now for the professional division fees to be paid by adjudicators. There's going to be a transition, obviously, in many ways, financially and organizationally. And on top of all of that, there were a number of other parts of the statutes that referred to the professional division. And so effective January 1st, 2025, the WDSF statutes are going to be further amended to show that references to the professional division, changes to the professional division, the professional division director, who will cease to have office and cease to be an elected official of any kind in WDSF on December 31st, and the further reference to her in Article 16.8 as being in charge of the professional division, and the further reference in Article 21 to WDSF's rules and regulations being the professional division rules, and the further reference to the professional division rules being amended. All of these will be struck out by you in this motion, so that at least the WDSF statutes will be hopefully completely amended to remove all parts and all references with respect to the professional division. That doesn't solve the whole problem of the documents. I first heard about this proposal last Monday, and we immediately began trying to figure out how we could do this and what the members wanted. And we determined that by a lot of meetings with Farina Schulich, and at this point I want to recognize the extraordinary cooperation and knowledge and assistance by Farina Schulich in this project, because it would have been difficult, if not impossible, without her assistance. And I ask you to recognize that assistance right now. She has served long and well. So what will happen now, if you pass this motion, is that nothing will change for the next 2 months and a bit. Everything will change on January the 1st. And at that point, there won't be an appearance of change, not really, but the administration will begin from the WDSF office and the WDSF presidium and officers. And that is how professional dance sport will be governed at the time after that. Now, there are also a number of other documents in WDSF which you can see if you click on rules and regulations on the web page. There's a great big long list of them. And what the Legal Commission will do after this meeting for a period of time is very carefully go through those documents line by line to try to find what needs to be amended, and then we will propose the amendments to you one way or another. But we will be asking you to make those amendments to, as we say in English, clean up the various other documents and make this a more perfect set of governing documents without ambiguities or inconsistencies. That is the program, roughly speaking. I can't speak to the sporting program because that belongs to another province. But perhaps Nenad would like to say a few words.
Thank you very much. I think that everything is mentioned, so we're going to do our best to service and administrate the PD division starting from the 1st of January.
Okay, do we have that slide now that we can show the members? I'm sorry, it's been up, has it? Okay. Well, are there questions or concerns that anyone would like to express? Now's the time to speak about it. Anything? Is that everyone had an opportunity to read this document? Yes? Good. Okay, well then that's fine. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation and assistance in this difficult task. So, this is a motion by the Presidium, and I will make it on behalf of the Presidium, to adopt this motion that has been supplied to you. It's one motion over 5.5 pages, but it's just one motion. And I call the question. Who is in favor of this motion? Who is opposed to this motion? 2 from the United States. I don't think I see any other red cards. And who is not voting, who is abstaining on this motion? 2 from Switzerland. Thank you very much. I declare that the motion is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very, very much. I think that's all.
Thank you, Jim. We now come to item 40. Is there any new business for the good of dance sport and WDSF? Anyone would like to raise Yes, can we give a microphone to Andre?
So my question is that to whom the National Federation need to comply if there is some issues about when WDSF, like under the umbrella WDSF, run some championship, and then organizers of this, like local organizers of this championship, do not fulfill obligations with payment, with embarrassment, etc.
I think that national member body should send official report and complaint to the WSF office, and since this is related also to the competition rules, they should also put a sports admin address to the sports admin as well, and at the same time to the WSF office and the sports admin.
Okay, last time I wrote the letter 3rd of October 2023 to all members of Presidium and no answer.
Okay, so that's very good. So you already have this email, you can forward it to the office and to the sports admin. And we're gonna proceed.
Okay, thank you.
But obviously it will be very necessary to put some evidence inside so that we can identify all the details.
Yeah, so it done. So it's first we wrote to Italian national member body. Then I wrote, as I said, the last letter was October 3rd, 2023, to all the members of managing committee, the WDSF.
Which competition was in the question? Actually, which championship?
Yeah, so European Championship held in Cagliari, Italy, October 23, 2021. So from that time, our adjudicator have no payment, no flight tickets, nothing.
Okay, proceed and we're going to check.
Thank you. But maybe we need to, how it say, make some rules if it would happen, if it will happen, like.
You can make proposal, but not now.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a general comment in response to Mr. Polivka's remarks? The first point of contact for WDSF under the statutes is the General Secretary, which Nanette has correctly identified as the WDSF office. But if you want to copy correspondence to other people in the Presidium, that would be fine. I would just suggest that you not copy to all members of the Presidium, because when you spread it out, there's a danger that each of us thinks somebody else is doing it. It can happen. Whereas if you narrow the number of people, and then in our business as lawyers, if we send a letter and we don't have a reply within 2 weeks, we send another letter. A week after that, we send the third letter, and a week after that, we start phoning every day, and we get an answer. So it'll happen. The amount of work that has been placed on the WDSF Presidium, but particularly on the office, and particularly on the WDSF General Secretary, would be hard for you to believe. But that, I'm not making any excuses. I'm just saying.
I understand. 16,000 letters. We know. Yeah.
Indeed. This does not mean that I'm somehow saying that your problem and your letter is not important. It's just as important as everything else. But I would say a little narrower focus would be a good idea. Send something to maybe 2 or maximum 3 people, and then follow up.
To be honest, I wrote even WhatsApp, etc. So, but every time like later, okay. So and it's take time. That's why I'm asking here. Okay. So I have no like how it say bad answer. Only just okay, later. It's still continue through all these years.
Can I ask Laura, are you willing to have a meeting with Andre after this AGM? We can help to resolve this, yes?
And because I know I helped this organization, no email from no one from Ukraine to complain because everybody take the money. But if you tell me personally, I can move directly. I think it's a different topic. You can tell me also yesterday when you meet and I try to solve.
Okay.
I'm Italian.
So we are willing
Okay.
to resolve this
No.
at the end of the meeting.
And this is a private organization, no
Yes.
Italy Federation. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they will help you to resolve this at the end of the AGM. Okay. And so both me and Nanette will be there to help you. Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other new business that you want to bring it up before we come to the end? So you have no new business and we are quite early. Would you like to conduct the election of next year? Okay, unfortunately that's not possible.
No, wait. I can find a way to do it.
We can do a motion of urgency. Jim is ready.
So hearing no further motions, I call for a motion to adjourn this general meeting. Delegates, please vote on the motion to adjourn the meeting. Who is in favor of the motion? Thank you. Who is against the motion?
Ken.
Ken, I'm disappointed. Please raise your red card. Yeah.
What do you mean by adjourn?
Who is abstaining? The motion is carried and the 2024 AGM is now adjourned. Dear delegates and friends, thank you for being an important part of this WDSF annual general meeting. With no further matters on the agenda, I hereby declare the 2024 annual general meeting adjourned. Thank you, and I look forward to meeting you all again. See you at dinner tonight at 8 p.m. Thank you. June.